What is this?
30 seconds.
I'll do this later. I don't know what that is.
Stand by and please watch for the on-air
Paul's
light.
running late. He's coming from Greenwood Village, but he's coming. We have a quorum. Okay. Done. Yeah. All right, good evening and welcome to Golden City Council regular business meeting for June 14th, 2022. And as always, we'll start by standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Councillor Fisher?
I'm here.
Councillor Brown?
Here.
Mayor Weinberg?
Here.
Councillor Trout?
Here.
Councillor Cameron?
Here.
Councillor Reed is absent, and Councillor Hazeman is absent but will be arriving shortly. So we have 5 present and have a quorum.
Thank you. Next up, is there a motion regarding the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda.
Seconded.
Thank
you.
Our secondary system has broken down here.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion on the agenda for tonight? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, the agenda passes unanimously. Next up, we have public comment period, and this is for anything other than the public hearing, of which we have 2 today. Ordinance 2183 and 2187 will each have a public hearing later in the agenda. But if anybody would like to speak to council on any other matters, you are welcome up to the podium. Just state your name, your address, or your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes to give us your thoughts.
All right. Hi, I'm Andrea DeFreitas. I'm from 516th Street, but I'm here representing Bike Walk Golden, the group of residents who want to make Golden more walkable, bike-friendly for people of all ages and abilities. So I'm here speaking in response to tonight's studies session topic of the DRCOG Transportation Improvement Program grant application. That's a mouthful. The informational packet for tonight indicates recommendation from staff to council that a grant application should be submitted in the interest of upgrading the traffic signals along Washington Avenue in downtown Golden. I encourage council to consider whether the benefits of such a plan are worth the costs involved and whether one of the other alternatives that staff explored in their traffic study included in the packet would actually provide more long-term benefit to the city at a far lower cost. In discussing the pros and cons of turning the intersections on Washington Avenue to 4-way stops, the analysis provided by staff includes repeated references to motorists being delayed or inconvenienced by pedestrians having more open access to cross intersections at will. I think it's short-sighted to not only presume motorists delay, but also to put any significance on the idea of motorist versus pedestrian convenience in an environment that is intended to be pedestrian-oriented. If the 4-way stop model were to be pursued on Washington and it results in an increased pedestrian presence, then perhaps that's actually a reason as any to invest in further pedestrian facilities in that area, because the statistics bear that out over time that it's worth it. That people traveling on foot and bike spend more time and money in such a space than those traveling by car. Traffic signals are also very expensive to maintain, so when you see other tourist-oriented downtowns like Breckenridge, Frisco, and Aspen utilize few to no traffic signals, and they are still seen as very pedestrian and bike-friendly and obviously thriving at all times of the year, it begs the question of whether such a huge expense is worth it. Alternatively, I encourage council to pursue the concept of a four-way stop model along Washington Avenue. While it creates more frequent interaction between pedestrians and motorists, the interaction creates an environment that says pedestrians matter here. And such an environment is statistically proven to create a more livable space for both residents and tourists. I'm going to go ahead and skip because you all got my email as well, which basically bears this out for the most part. So I just want to go ahead and conclude that a lot of people, residents and visitors alike, still view Golden as a small town. That's what makes it special to them, and the same goes for my view of Golden. Most small towns have a minimal number of traffic signals in their downtown core, and this makes the town far more walkable and bike-friendly as opposed to a larger and bustling city. So if you also value Golden's small town environment, I encourage you to say so in how you choose to utilize the very precious resources for city infrastructure funding. At the end of the day, the way a city's budget and resources are spent reflects far more on their values than any other action could convey.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak for public comment at this time? All right, then I will close the public comment period. Is there any response at this time? It's in reference to an item on our study session agenda, so we can chat then, or anybody? Good.
I'll just say thank you for coming and mic dropping and leaving, but if you hear this later, appreciate your efforts. What'd you say? Yeah. Oh, no, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That was a joke because Andrea left, and I was telling Andrea thank you. So if she sees this online, she'll hear me say thank you. I was not motioning at you. My apologies. You can certainly still say.
All right, we will move on then to item 6, which is consent matters. Is there a motion regarding the consent matters?
I move to approve consent matters.
Move consent matters.
I second.
You can give it to me.
All right, we'll give that to Councilor Cameron on the delay and Councilor Brown on the second. Any discussion on consent matters this evening before we vote?
I really appreciate that you are asking. I didn't know that we would be given a chance. I just want to say thank you to Sergeant Hendershot about some behind-the-scenes communications around the traffic code. He clarified what we can and can't change, and hopefully we'll have a discussion later when 20 is plenty about some other changes, but I want to thank him for that. I did also ask staff a question, which I didn't get an answer to, and I don't expect one tonight, but around the water fees and sprinkler systems in dwellings, especially existing dwellings, but also new dwellings, and whether or not we could look at our water fees and look at our fire codes and see whether there's ways to be more cost effective around sprinklers or not sprinklers, as could be possible to meet the intent of the code, but without a sprinkler system. By not addressing it, we continue to just add cost to building. Granted, for safety, but of limited utility in many cases. So that's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Then we'll vote on the consent matters as presented this evening. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? All right, the consent matters are approved as presented. And next we have a proclamation for Independence Day. Councilor Haseman.
This is a proclamation for the 4th of July, but the 14th of June is also Flag Day. It's also the day that the U.S. Army was started, and those that have seen me with my Army hat on will understand my strong feelings about the U.S. Army. The fact that my parents were also married on the 14th of June makes this a really important day, but this proclamation is for the 4th of July, where we celebrate the freedom of America and the rights we have to agree and disagree openly. Proclamation, whereas on July 4, 1776, The nation's founding fathers declared to their fellow colonists and to the world our inalienable right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And whereas each year on July 4th, we celebrate the birth of our nation and the signing of the Declaration of Independence, recognizing our great country as an enduring symbol of freedom, equality, opportunity for all. Whereas the freedoms that were won at the birth of our nation are defended every day by dedicated men and women of the United States Armed Forces, past and present. And whereas the City of Golden community is fortunate to have the Golden Lions Club locally established in 1942, once again organizing and hosting the 4th of July community celebration beginning at noon in Lions Park. The celebration is a golden tradition for families, friends, and neighbors to get together at our beautiful Creekside Park and enjoy the festivities. And now, therefore, I, Laura Weinberg, as mayor of the City of Golden, do hereby proclaim July 4th, 2022 as Independence Day in the City of Golden, Colorado. Encourage our residents to celebrate the birth of our nation, recognize the importance of our independence and freedom, and safely join together for a fun-filled holiday celebration dated in Golden, Colorado, this 14th day of June, 2022. Signed, Laura Weinberg, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Hazen. Next on our agenda, we move to the first of our public hearings, and that is ordinance number 2183, and this is regarding marijuana licensing. Mr. Glick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I was unused to the tape version of the microphone, so you probably can't see from where you're sitting. Thank you, Madam, and thank you, members of council. This evening, City Council is asked to conduct a public hearing and consider after that whether you are ready to take any action on Ordinance 2183, which, if enacted, would repeal an existing chapter of the Municipal Code 4.98, which is a prohibition enacted in 2014 prohibiting the sale of what's called retail marijuana products and items in the community, and a repeal and reenactment of Chapter 4.94, which will become a combined chapter for both the licensing of medical marijuana establishments and retail marijuana establishments. The name of the chapter would be Regulated Marijuana Businesses. Council has dealt with this item a number of times since the vote of the Golden electorate last fall, and has addressed some policy issues that you've identified, some of which I suspect are not yet resolved and you'll want to be talking about tonight, including some locational issues, perhaps some licensing issues. But to set up the discussion, I do want to point out a supplemental packet that was distributed yesterday. It's dated June 10th. I finished it Friday night. That is some changes that the city attorney and staff are recommending that we consider to be non-substantive or policy, that are clarifications that were actually requested by folks in the regulated marijuana business at this time who are familiar with licensing. So within that memorandum, I identified by page, and I'll review some of them. On page 6, a definition was added for transfer of ownership, because we've been asked to address transfer of ownership per the state regulations for that. Page 14, our local medical business has, over the last few months, worked with me quite a bit on wanting to clarify the intent of the section that allows an existing medical marijuana business to apply for one of the retail licenses. On page 16, there were 2 changes. We were somewhat challenged by folks making comments as to why we needed a market analysis and marketing plan, what we would do with it, And did we realize that this would be mostly proprietary information that all the licenses would want from each other and submit a bunch of CORA requests to us? And following that challenge, we really realized that it wasn't really something that we felt would be critical to our review for a Phase 1 application. With council already limiting the number and limiting the locations, we didn't think a marketing plan was actually beneficial to our review and would be something extra for the applicant. The second one on page 16 is, even though the way we had it worded was in at least one other code, the industry still faces the issue of difficulty with certain types of banking relationships because of the federal law. So we still ask them to prove their liquid assets and their ability, their capitalization to proceed with their licensing, but we struck the section that said including your banking relationship. Again, not thinking that it was necessarily that important for us to do a Phase 1 review. We did a small change, removing a word on page 19, and then on page 24, some sections regarding reporting. So because we expect that after, based on the input you've received from the community and potentially testimony this evening, you might want to make some specific motions to amend. And I wrote this when I didn't have a chance to talk to the city attorney. My understanding is that if you wanted to, you could move this version, although in the summary on the second page of the memo, it says that you received June 10th when you received it June 13th. You could move this red line amended version of the ordinance and then start considering one by one any amendments that you might want to make. And so this would be the version on the table if you agree. If you don't agree with all these, they want to take them up separately, then we would do so in the normal fashion. Also in your packet, you did receive one of the councilors had asked for the specific map that showed distances from South Golden Road. And I don't know if it's in your packet, but we have it to display. It's in my packet because I stuck it in between the items. But no, Councilor Fisher he might want to look at the distances from Bell Middle School and the Connections Learning Center to South Golden Road. That's available if you want it. And then the original packet was dated May 16th. And in that packet, you had the original version of the ordinance. You had a summary of the areas that you'd been talking about in recent months, including you wanted South Golden Road to be shown so that it would be debated tonight, and there may or may not be amendment to remove that. There continues to be some concern in the community about a few folks in the community about the Canyon View area. And I don't know if there's still a debate among council about the reservation of one license for someone eligible under the state's social equity. But there could be certainly other things that you have on your mind in terms of clarifying questions or also potential changes. If there are major changes that require language to be drafted, city attorney and staff would recommend that we don't try to draft complicated language on the fly. That oftentimes that's not a good idea. But if there are fairly simple things, such as these map changes, such as any sorts of deletions, we think that you might be ready to take action on this evening and move on to the next phase of this topic. With that, I'm happy to take questions on the original packet, the supplemental packet, or any other items.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I know this is for questions, but I always feel so bad. I just want to start with thank you. It's been a huge amount of work. It's come to us a lot, and I have no questions for you. I just want to say thank you. Start with the positive before we dig into the details.
Councillor Cameron?
Yeah, I just have a question about the 1,000 feet separation of retail stores themselves. Is that a state statute thing, or is that something we put in there because we wanted them separated ourselves?
It is not a state statute item, and if it were, we have the ability to. We don't have to follow state statute separations. There are no separations in the retail marijuana code from state statute. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to look at the camera and not like you, sir.
Thank you.
But the 1,000-foot that we have, both for medical from schools and medical from each other and retail from each other, are a local choice. That's a policy decision for council.
Thank you.
Other questions? Oh, yes.
Does it make sense to show that map now or when it comes time to talk about that area?
If
If
you'd
you're
like to
able to-
see the map now, let's, maybe you have a question about the map. I don't know. It was not in our packet, so.
You're right.
The intention wasn't to be in the packet, but sometimes things show
I
up.
have 3,
No, not that one.
not that one. This one?
No, that's the,
This one.
that one.
If it could be mailed to me, I'd appreciate it because I cannot see the screen sufficiently.
Don't worry, we can't either.
I can.
So early on, council had asked for some specific locations, and especially South Golden Road. And we had a version that had all sorts of circles on it. It had distances from parks and schools and daycares. And so the specific request back in probably March was, what if we just included schools? And for this one, we stuck with the circles that we had been using under the medical definition, which includes Lookout Mountain Youth Services Center. So if you include the Lookout Mountain Youth Services Center and you want to know what would be 1,000 feet, and it's measured from the perimeter of Bell Middle School, not from the building, and from the Connections Learning Center on Johnson Road, you would see that most of the South Golden Road frontage is within 1,000 feet of those, with the exception of the Village Shopping Center and the back of the King Super Center. If you add in, that's if you don't include Lookout Mountain Youth Services. So in general, a portion of the area is within that 1,000 feet, which is a typical number used, but not a magic number, and some of it is not.
Question for you too?
I did have one question. So, Steve, thanks for digging this up. One thing I guess I wanted to ask is, when we originally began to look at this, South Golden Road looked like this map. We had the 1,000-foot lines, which actually was showing that parts of South Golden Road were in the available area initially.
Can you push it down so we can see further north? There is a daycare up on 16, so if we use the old definition that included preschools, that would take out a chunk of it. But if we simply went by distances and didn't use parks, you are correct. Some of Golden Road would be eligible, and other commercial areas would be partially in and partially out, which was one of the reasons to recommend the map.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So my question, looking at this map and recognizing that there are some areas that are outside of that 1,000-foot, you've mentioned the 1,000 feet for medical marijuana. What do we have in our code for distance of liquor stores or vaping or tobacco stores? Because I don't know if it's 1,000 foot, but I know we have some along South Golden Road. So is that not 1,000 feet? Is that something different?
It is not in zoning.
Okay.
Is there a distance from schools for licensing liquor?
There is distance restrictions for hotel and restaurant licenses. Wait, hold on just a second. It's eliminating a 500-foot distance restriction that is provided in state statute for hotel and restaurant licenses, but I'm researching on the fly on this one. So.
See, I didn't have that question until I saw the map and realized we have those liquor stores and vaping or smoke store. I'm not actually sure that the term we use in our code, but that we have those along South Golden Road. So just curious if we have a mismatch in terms of 1,000 feet for medical and potentially retail and something else for those other types of stores, or nothing for those stores.
I don't know if it would be a mismatch or it's just a different approach where you have the, and I know very little about liquor laws, but the petitioning and the hearing for, quote, need. But yes, ma'am, they are not the same.
Thank you. Other questions? Counselor Cameron, I can't see you. Do you have any questions at this time?
Can we take the map down?
I've got it.
Counselor Haseman? Oh, let's see if he has any.
Yeah, I guess I had one question. Would eliminating the availability of drive-through be considered a major or minor change in your estimation if someone were to bring that up? I just want to kind of get a sense of whether that becomes major.
I think that would be minor, because it wouldn't require rewriting. It would just require, and I will find that section in case it comes up.
Okay. That's all the questions I got. Thank you.
Counselor Haseman?
The issue of social equity is one I've discussed previously, but I'm looking here in terms of the criteria for social equity, and I don't see it in the current write-up in the memos this time. Is that something I'm just missing and it's here and I just don't know where it is?
No, sir. The description of what it was, which to my recollection is having lived in certain designated census tracts for a good portion of the 30-year period from 80 to 2010, or meeting certain income eligibility, or having had, or your perhaps family having had a marijuana offense. It was in a memo. The code as written, if you leave it in, refers to a state finding of eligibility. So it is the state of Colorado that makes that finding of whether you're eligible for that type of a license.
So I have something to discuss, but it's not a question. Thank you.
All right, if there are no further questions, we do have a public hearing for the ordinance. We did receive some comments via email in regards to this matter, and those are available up on the with the agenda. But if anybody else would like to speak to council regarding this item, I will open the public hearing, and you're welcome to come to the podium.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Dan Rowland with Golden Alternative Medicine at 511 Orchard Street. We support this ordinance as amended and believe that its passage will create a successful retail cannabis market here in Golden, and one that, more importantly, will do right by this community. It's been more than 2 years since I first started bothering you, reaching out to you about this issue in particular. Much has changed since then, of course, except for the fact that our community supported retail cannabis sales at that time, and they still do today. It has been quite a journey, and one that we at Golden Alternative Medicine were proud to lead. From our initial advocacy work to the community outreach and education we did, the Yes on 2A and 2B campaign, and to the 7 months from that election until now, we have continually been impressed and inspired by this community. We have been proud to be Golden's only licensed cannabis business, but we are even more proud that soon others will be able to join us. We thank you for the time and effort that has been spent on this issue, and we especially want to thank Steve Glick for his tremendous work and leadership in bringing this policy along. It is complicated, as you all know. He clearly has the city's best interest at heart, and Golden is very lucky to have such dedicated and effective public servant. When it comes to the location questions you all are considering, we obviously think best policy means the most available locations and an even distribution of the licenses across the city that will eliminate some clustering in the south part of town. But again, thank you for your time. We are very excited for what the future holds and very much looking forward to continuing to serve this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Come on up.
Good evening, Council. My name is Liz Zukowski. I'm the Policy and Public Affairs Manager for Native Roots Cannabis Company. I also sent in a public comment, so I won't rehash what I included there. I will apologize for including about 15 pages of notes. I did not mean to include that. Please only look at the memo that I wrote. But Native Roots is a vertically integrated operator. We've been serving Colorado for more than a decade. I, like the previous speaker, want to thank you for your commitment and hard work, and also Mr. Glick's hard work on this. This is really one of the quickest marijuana ordinance creation processes that I've been witness to. and it has resulted in a well-researched and a well-written ordinance, which does not always happen in our state. And like I said, in my public comment, there were a few suggestions that I saw were not included in this final ordinance. A recommendation to shorten, especially the Phase 2 application period. There's about 5 months available total for an applicant to submit and correct those that second portion of the application, and we really do not need that extended period of time, but we really appreciate that you built that in. And other than that, just thank you again, and we look forward to applying for a license, and if we are selected, we would be honored to serve the residents of Golden and be a community asset. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? All right, I will close the public hearing on the matter. Are there any more questions, or are we ready for a motion and begin discussion? Council, what would you like to do?
Happy to offer a motion if you'd like.
Okay, so we've got the option of the motion of with the changes.
Yes, I'm going to move to adopt the revised ordinance number 2183 transmitted to council on June 13th.
Second.
Thank you. All right, council. It won't pull up. Discussion. Who would like to start? I'll go Councillor Hazeman and then Councillor Cameron.
So with regard to the social equity, I'm in favor of social equity. I'm in favor of us going down the path that we have seen with this item on our strategic plan. However, within social equity for this particular item, for example, the being in the city for a certain period of time or several of the other criteria, the only one that is objectionable to me is that they were found to be charged with a marijuana offense by them or a relative, as if breaking a previous law would make them more eligible and give them a favored spot with regard to setting up a license. So there have been efforts made to change the law and try to wipe out those different ones that were arrested or convicted of those crimes. But at the time the crimes occurred, it was illegal. And they nonetheless broke the law and were convicted. And I do not see why that should be a criteria that would put them in a favored position to have one of the licenses reserved for someone who, for that criteria, previously broke the law. So I'd like to see the state criteria expanded into our ordinance, and then eliminate that particular item and reserve and keep the rest of them, and make social equity still a policy, but not a policy that would put in favor someone who had broken the law. So that's my feeling on social equity.
Go ahead. Thank you. And thank you for your service. And my parents and my brother also served, so I totally value and respect an understanding of rule of the law, right? Wanting to make sure that you uphold the law, and could totally understand where you're coming from. I think I have a little bit broader understanding of equity, and as a lawmaker, understand that some nights I don't make the best laws, and I'd like to fix them later on in life. For anyone who was harmed by a previous law, would like to be able to wipe out the harms that were made. And I think when we talk about wiping out harms, it's not just necessarily you no longer need to be in prison. This is also for family members who might have received the harm as well. And so the equity component is we've realized as lawmakers that making marijuana possession or use or sales illegal was something we shouldn't have done, and we've changed the law, and that's what the equity component's about, is giving a sort of extra chance to use the laws that we do make to bring back a possibility of not necessarily removing harm, but benefit for something that the previous law has caused harm for. Not the most eloquent on this topic, but that would be my thoughts, and I'd like to keep it.
Councilor Cameron, on this topic, is that?
Sure, I'll stay on this topic, and I'll just try to say more eloquently. That giving benefit to and not harming somebody because are sort of different. In other words, if we say that in the past there was inequities in sentencing, for example, where people who possessed marijuana due to their race or ethnicity were charged more heavily than whites who did the exact same crime. In fact, many whites could afford counsel and therefore never got convicted for a crime that a black or somehow other marginalized person was convicted of. So it's not about giving them a benefit. It's about basically not saying we're going to continue to hold that against you when in the past you were not able to defend yourself the way others were.
Thank you. Anyone else on this topic before we move on? Okay, Councilor Cameron, you had your hand up before. Did you have something different? Yeah.
I'll just take them one at a time. I would like to propose that for now, we remove South Golden Road. And we could just do it, excuse me. We could just do it by taking it off the map, or we could leave it there with some date certain to review it based on other criteria that would be complex to create tonight. So I would just propose that we remove South Golden Road from a possible location.
Second.
I don't think that's a motion.
Not a motion yet.
I thought that was an amendment. Okay.
It was a discussion. I'm discussing doing so. Thank you for backing that, Paul.
Yep.
Anyone want to respond to Councilor Cameron? Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Councilor Conran and Councilor Hazeman. I really appreciate the questions from earlier today as well about the map. And I was the one who brought up the idea of putting South Golden back on the map so we could have this discussion and deliberation. And I also had that sort of thought process around, I guess originally I thought, okay, there's a strong possibility that if we do have a store on South Golden Road, it could be helpful from an economic perspective, sort of an anchor point to help South Golden Road sort of move along economically. The other thoughts that I had was whether or not the marijuana stores would actually pose any problems to underage folks going in and purchasing. And based on a couple of my visits, realized there's a lot of extra security measures in place in order to keep underage folks from purchasing. And really that thought around there's liquor stores, there's cigarette sales, there's these other pieces that sort of seem to have similar harm or maybe less harm than marijuana stores. So thinking like that might not be something that we needed to legislate around for location. I would like to say after lots of conversation with a lot of neighbors who were against having South Golden Road be a location based on not only proximity to the high school, but close to the middle school and to a few of the parks as well. I've also had no one come up to me and say they really want South Golden Road to be on the map, but I've sort of been able to come to a conclusion that I think that it makes sense to take it off. One of the gentlemen who provided comment, Mr. Lyon, who's been a part of the Golden community, really talked about this issue of access to liquor stores or cigarette stores in relation to marijuana stores from this perspective of, if we could build the city from scratch today, would you make a decision to put alcohol stores or cigarette sales next to high schools? And that really resonated with me through my work at People for Bikes. We always talk about we really want safe routes to schools. We want to have really safe, welcoming environments for children. So while I don't, I still fully understand and don't think that this particular store on South Golden would increase in any underage sales necessarily through that store. There are still other harms potentially close by. I personally am comfortable pulling off South Golden Road, and thank you for letting me explain my logic for the deliberation.
Thank you.
Anybody else? It's not an amendment, just sort of discussion at this time.
Don just emailed me and said he is having problems with internet, but he was trying to raise his hand to speak.
Don, if you can hear us, you're welcome to speak.
No, what I would say is when I want to speak, I'm going to raise my hand and have somebody monitor that. As of now on this topic, I'm good.
Okay. Monica will let us know if you do a virtual hand raise. Anyone else? Do we want to keep going with discussion items and then any amendments? Is that working for us, or does someone want to offer an amendment on this topic, or we keep discussing? Anybody else have any other discussion items?
Well, I was going to offer another amendment, but I think, I'm flexible, but it seems to me we may as well just make an amendment and work through that one and then get the next.
That works for me. If someone, we've heard from 2 counselors, if somebody would like to make that amendment on the map or on the locations.
I would move that we remove South Golden Road from the available locations on the map.
Second.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the language in there. It just says the locations indicated on the map. It doesn't actually have a number anywhere. Okay, so removing it from the map covers it. Any discussion on the amendment? Not seeing any hands. Let's go ahead and take a vote on the amendment. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. The ordinance is amended. Councilor Brown.
I'd like to also move to amend that same section 4.94.070 and remove the Canyon View Business Park section from the map.
Second.
And can I explain why?
Go ahead.
So, similar, there's been a number of conversations from residents in that area that I've heard from that don't feel comfortable having a marijuana facility in that location. It's not really shown on the map showing parks, but they have an HOA-owned park in their neighborhood that's very close by, and they were concerned about that. But it seems when we moved to the map and we moved away from just a zoning calculation of being so many feet from a park or school or whatever, we really are moving into an area of just finding out what the neighbors near those locations want, in my mind. And I've heard loud and clear that the neighbors near that closest to that don't want it there. And it's fairly close by to where they live. It's just a small street over, and then you're into the business park. And I'm not sure there's a compelling reason to force that to be an option moving forward on the map. Now, I understand that it is the way it's currently zoned. It would need an extra approval from the Planning Commission in order to be there. But I feel like I'm comfortable taking that out of having that uncertainty and that extra decision, making that decision here on council and not based on an unelected body, based on other criteria in the code. So for those reasons, I'm offering that motion to remove that location.
Other comments? Councilor Hazen.
There's a hogback open space with a trail that is used just adjacent to that particular location. So it may not be noted as a park, but it's part of the city, and it is used by the city with regard to the open space where people are welcome to walk past there with a trail. So I just want to comment that it may not be labeled as a park, but we certainly have it included as open space.
Okay, Councilor Cameron, go ahead.
I just want to echo what Casey said, but also to reiterate that if people say, well, is it because it's a commercial area and therefore do you want to, is your next thing you're going to take off the map 44th and McIntyre? I would say the nearby residents and, as Councilor Hazeman mentioned, open space nearby do make it a little different than that other location. And so I just want to make that point so that people don't say, why didn't you take the other one off the map?
Thank you. I am going to disagree, and I will vote against the amendment for a couple of reasons. One, it makes, with removing South Golden Road, it's a concentration. All the locations are in South Golden. Two, while the HOA and some of the neighbors there have expressed concern, it's a fairly small neighborhood in HOA, and the neighborhoods that surround the potential locations in South Golden, and there are residents nearby and neighborhoods, they're not necessarily HOA neighborhoods that are organized to do an email campaign to council. So we don't know if they have a similar opposition. So it creates an inequity in my mind, and I'm not comfortable with that for the city. These commercial areas across the city are not to serve just the nearby neighborhoods. That commercial area has a brewery that brings people from all over, also can only be served 21 and over. It is not a brewery for the neighborhood. It is a brewery that brings in people from many places in that same commercial space. So I'm uncomfortable for removing that and only keeping the locations in South Golden that also have neighborhoods and residents nearby, many of whom we haven't heard from to say whether they're for or against. But again, I think the benefit of having a small HOA is you have that organizing structure to reach out in maybe a way that some of these South Golden neighborhoods do not have that same neighborhood structure. Councilor Fisher.
Thanks, Mary. I appreciate that sentiment. I feel like I may be a little bit in the middle on this one. I think that I was probably against this initially and probably still have been overall, so I have a slightly different take. I think you're right in terms of looking at it in terms of an equitable sort of distribution within the city. I think I'm leaning to be in favor of allowing this to be taken off for now, because I think this feels a little bit like the South Golden Road debate, where I think there's an opportunity for us to start this in a very slow fashion and considered fashion in areas that we've already sort of pre-designated, that don't have to go through additional sorts of zoning approvals. And then my suspicion is we will learn that it's a problem and people don't want them anywhere, or we will learn that it is not a problem and people are going to be more comfortable having it distributed more widely. And so I think on that respect, I'm willing to give this a little bit of time in a more narrow, sort of constrained, I don't want to say experiment, but starting point to see where this goes. And but I agree. I think that we should have generally equitable distribution. We should be able to listen to all the communities. And I think, to your point, like it's our job to try to sort of vet and understand what the entire ward or district or the city is trying to look at. But I appreciate that.
Any other comments before we vote on the amendment? Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I think I was also very neutral on the topic of the North neighborhoods. You know, Mary, hearing you speak from the equity conversation, and really for me on the South Golden debate was really specific to the schools and the parks. I can appreciate open spaces there, but a very different use case overall. So for me and my logic and the equity conversation, we'll probably follow that nay vote.
All right. Don, Councilor Cameron, go ahead.
Yeah, I was neutral too, and if it hadn't been brought up, I would not have proposed it, but I did go up to Canyon View and I talked to half a dozen or more business owners, and those that owned their buildings and developed some of their buildings, in particular Edge Engineering and the knife company whose name is escaping me, were vehemently against it. And so they have big investments up there, and they were strongly against it. Those who are leasing were less against or somewhat neutral. But my concern in leaving it on the map, and just from some of the emails we got, is that it would be very hard to get it approved, and it would set up somebody for a very tough community response. As one of the criteria is that you have to respond to the community's concerns. I'm not sure that somebody could overcome the concerns that were raised by some of these other businesses. So,
Thanks.
that's my summary.
Yeah, thanks for that feedback. Anyone else? Madam Clerk, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Okay. Counselor Cameron,
Aye.
Counselor Trout,
Nay.
Counselor Fisher,
Aye.
Counselor Brown,
Aye.
Counselor Hazeman,
Nay.
and it's a tie, amendment fails, right?
I say nay. You didn't call him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll say nay for the record.
She pre-recorded your
She
vote.
pre-recorded my vote.
I did.
I will verbalize it out loud. Okay, so 3-3, the amendment fails, and appreciate the fact that it is in red on the map, and it is extra work and may not happen per Councilor Cameron's comments. Next.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I just did one. Let's have
Oh, you just did one? Okay, let's go back to Councilor Haseman. You have one?
I'd like to amend the criteria for selection to remove a conviction or charging for a marijuana offense from the state criteria.
Second.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, I'm looking for it.
if it passes, could they do it in concept, and if it passes, you and I would try to figure out if we could word it tonight?
We could do that, or we could continue this hearing until, and take a final vote on the amended motion at the next meeting.
I think I can do language, but for example, if there was not support for it, we wouldn't have to try to craft language awkwardly.
Yes, let's not awkwardly
Or a
craft
straw-
language.
straw vote or
I'm
something
strongly
like that.
opposed to awkwardly crafting.
Yes. Okay, so let's, we have a motion and a second. Are we all, just make sure before we discuss, are we all clear on what we're discussing and what, okay. That's good. Go ahead, Councilor Brown.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'm clear on what the intent of the motion would be. And I appreciate the sentiment, but I think I would vote nay on that one, in part because I kind of like how we have piggybacked onto the state definition, and I think that's the appropriate way to think about it. Instead of having our own separate changes of what the social equity licensing, but for a couple of those provisions, I just think it's easier and cleaner as it is currently written to piggyback on those other state definitions. And I would be in favor of keeping the idea of an equity license, because I think it's an important idea. And frankly, that provision doesn't bother me. I get what it's intending to achieve, that people and their families may have been affected by convictions on some of those laws, whether they were arrested, charged, and convicted, all may be different for different groups of people. So I think I would rather keep that provision in.
Councilor Fisher.
Thanks, Mayor. I have been arguing for stronger social equity, and so I think my comment is more that I actually find this to be a slightly weaker version of it, but I don't want to get rid of it, because then we have nothing for equity. And I think that I'd be curious, is it maybe a little bit of a question, since we're referencing the state, if the state makes changes, do ours continue to simply follow what those changes are?
For a new license, for example, in the future, but we would evaluate the current applications based on the current. I don't know what the opportunity would be for, other than if the social equity licensee relinquishes their license, then we would have a new selection for that type, and that would be subject to whatever the new state requirements would be. But it would it would be not as likely as once they're licensed that they stay licensed.
Okay. All right, thank you. So yeah, I mean, I think I would be happy to argue for greater equity in the licensing process, but given that, I think that the rest of the way we've kind of outlined this also, I think, has pretty good mechanisms to, I think, protect the city as much as we can from all the sort of known sort of concerns we have, while also offering an opportunity for social equity, which is really in keeping with I think the JEDI principles that we've been trying to establish here over the last couple of years. And so I think this makes a lot of sense. And I also just want to say, you know, Councilor Hazeman, I certainly appreciate your perspective, and I'm not like, it's for me, it's the intent behind it, but I also get the, you know, what feels like an awkward sort of concept there. And it took me a little bit to think through and kind of have discussions around that as well.
Any other discussion before a vote? There is a motion and a second. Councilor Cameron.
I have a question for Mr. Glick. Just to clarify, the prior living in a zone, opportunity zone, or whatever it is not required that they have done so in Golden, right? It could be somebody who lived elsewhere in the country for that period of time, correct?
I think elsewhere in the state, Councilor.
Okay, so still basically allowing Colorado, long-term Colorado residents who have faced poverty. Okay.
And I could be wrong, Councilor, but at least it is not restricted to Golden. It is, the state definition would be at the minimum anywhere in the state that meets those criteria.
And I'll just chime in. Resided for at least 15 years between certain years in a census tract designated by the Colorado Office of Economic Development as an opportunity zone.
So we think it would be within Colorado.
All right, yes, go ahead.
Well, I don't want to belabor the point, but I do have said I support JEDI, and I've supported it in other areas, and I do support social equity as an element of that, and equity as part of JEDI. And there is social equity in the state statute. There's at least 4 criteria. And I'm just saying this one criteria doesn't need to be there to not have us support social equity, which I do support. So I'm thinking that it would be justifiable for us to still be in favor of JEDI and social equity, but still not be in favor of this particular element of criminal behavior. So that's it.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you for that. I will also say, because I did not do a very good job explaining myself tonight, if anyone would like to continue the conversation one-on-one so that we can really think through all of these pieces and talk through in an understanding, please feel free to email or give me a call. My information is all online.
Thank you. Yeah, and I guess I'll comment before we vote, and appreciate you bringing it up. We don't have the experience here in Golden, but this, as a state, we do for a number of years, and many other cities have implemented this, and the state has been working and made adjustments, and that's exactly why my vote back in 2014 was to not do it back then, is because there were so many unknowns, and there was a lot to work through at that time. But at this time, it has been worked through. There's a lot of experience. I have not heard on this piece of the social equity licensing. We've discussed it here before, and there's not been a lot of evidence of problems in other cities who've followed the state definition. So I'm very comfortable with, not trying to figure it out here how it would work, but relying on what other cities have relied on, which is the state definition around social equity for licensees. So I'm comfortable not having a separate golden rule around that portion right now. Madam Clerk, can we do a roll call vote for the amendment, please?
Sure. Councilor Hazeman?
Aye.
Mayor Weinberg?
Nay.
Councilor Fisher?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Trout?
Nay.
Councilor Brown?
Nay.
Councilor Cameron? I didn't hear that.
Nay.
Nay? Okay. The amendment fails.
All right, next. Yes, we'll go back to
Steve, can
Councilor
I
Brown.
ask you about time frames? Because I'm very sympathetic to the comments we received from Ms. Zukowski, I think. Okay, and especially as she laid it out in her letter, I can see the point that there's a lot of time built in there, and some of it compounds, and it could be if you're an applicant waiting for all those phases to go through and complete, and maybe you're having to pay an option on a piece of property during that whole time, that you may still be incurring costs while you're waiting and going through all those other things. But at the same time, I'm hesitant to just offer a motion to strike it down and change it, because I'm guessing you had good reasons and were finding good examples in other codes to come up with those timeframes that you did include. Do you want to offer some comments or thoughts about the different timeframes in the draft?
And for reference, the specific ones that she commented on are on page 21 of the ordinance. I don't know what page of your packet it would be. And the applicant that would impact is someone who was not drawn in the random selection and is hoping that the person in front of them gets denied, so that they can move forward. Because all of these timeframes are there to protect the licensee applicant, especially that once we get the phase 2 application, which is the more technical one, we have a period of time to review it, but it's the applicant that has up to 60 days to fix deficiencies. And then we have to review it again, and then if we still determine it to be deficient or incomplete or not suitable for approval, then there's an appeal period, and then you have to do the appeal. So the days keep adding up, but for an applicant who is fortunate enough to be selected in the random lottery, it can go as quickly as they want it to go to submit their information for phase 2, and then to not have to correct it because they did a good job. So I would be the last one to say that we know that everything that we copied, and the folks who commented were very kind. They're very kind to say nice things, but the benefit of copying and talking to all your peers and all your neighbors is things might go quicker than starting from scratch. But the problem with it sometimes is we don't know exactly why every word is the way it is, such as some of the things that we propose to change based on when they were pointed out. So for the times, it will be a painful process if someone doesn't get selected and then is counting on the person in front of them not being successful, and it will potentially be long if they use all of their appeals. But we think it's reasonable the way it is, and we are, with excitement and trepidation and fear, looking forward to the process.
All right, thanks. Well, I will just say that, given that there's clearly a financial incentive for the person who does get picked to move through that process as quickly as possible, I think I feel comfortable leaving these timeframes in for now and being open if they really seem egregiously long to revisiting at some point in the future. But I think that's where I stand on the timeframe question.
Councilor Fisher had a hand, and then Councilor Cameron.
Thanks, Mayor. In that same section on the review of phase 2 application, is there a time frame for that, for the city clerk's office to review that application? Or I should ask, what is the time frame? It's kind of in that same review of, like same page 21J, review of phase 2 application 1. In the same place where we have the applicant shall have 60 days from the date of notification to remedy the deficiency. I assume is that what we've been talking about? It also says the city clerk shall review the application.
So
do we have any
no.
expectations for a time frame of that? Because that seemed to get more to the point.
Right, because the section J1 is if it's incomplete, we're supposed to tell them within the first 15 days, and they have time to correct their deficiencies, and then they can appeal the incompleteness. The actual review process is on the next page, item 4, and there is no time frame there. We would do it as quickly as possible, but there currently is no time frame on that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Cameron?
Yeah, maybe, do we want to stick to the topic of timing? Because I do have another discussion point, but I can, so on timing, what I'm concerned about is I think I read that the equity applicants who don't make it, who don't get selected to put in a full application get put into the other pool. And so there is a sequencing thing. And could you just comment on how quickly between trying to do equity licenses and then a bigger pool we plan to do that? Because otherwise there's yet another delay in the process.
We anticipated that it would be the same day, that we would, if we had a pool of a few social equity eligible applicants, we would have that drawing first, and then the other ones would immediately go back into the pool and have that drawing also for the, if we stick with 4, the remaining 2. The issue that we all face, though, is if any of those 3 successful being drawn in the random don't proceed, we're going back to the social equity pool for that one and back to the general pool, which would include unselected social equity applicants. So I actually know what I said. I don't know if it made sense to you. But there would not be a time delay between the 2 drawings.
Okay. And can I ask another question, or do you want to go to someone else?
Let's just see if there's anything else on the timing first before we move off the topic. Did anyone else have any questions about the timing of the review, the process? We're good on that? Okay, go ahead, Councilor Cameron.
So these are kind of conflated. We've just removed one location, and it's going to be harder and harder for people to find places to put stores. Do we want to reduce the number to 4, from 4 to 3 total? But related is, do we want to reduce the separation of businesses from 1,000 feet to, say, 250 or 500? I just kind of want to hear other people's opinions on that challenge.
Councilor Fisher.
Thanks, Mayor. Well, there's kind of 2 separate items there, so I'll take the 1,000-foot rule. I think that the 1,000-foot rule partially comes from discussions of other types of things, including non-cigarette tobacco licensing and some other things that we had discussed previously. And in that sense, we did not necessarily have the ability to limit numbers of stores. And so the 1,000-foot was designed to, in part, try to naturally limit and not overly concentrate this type of industry in one space. So having said that, probably 8 years ago, I would have said that really feels like that was actually a very obvious thing for people to look at. And I know the 64 Amendment Task Force sort of followed through with that as well. Having seen the implementation over the last 8 years, I mean longer obviously for medical, but for the retail side, is that there probably are some benefits to allowing them, and probably not a lot of specific harms associated with having them near each other. I've seen it in multiple cities where they've actually used that as an opportunity to make sure that it allows them to better actually sort of police and enforce and provide structures. So I don't know that 1,000-foot limit is as specifically enticing as some sort of safety measure as it was for other types of issues in other times. So I think back to Mayor Weinberg's point, like, we didn't know what it looked like 8 years ago. We know what it looks like now, and I'm probably less concerned about that specific point than I may have been in the past. So that's my 2 cents.
Other comments by council? Your other point of that, of reducing from 4 to 3, I guess I would just say that while commercial property may be hard to come by now, who knows 4, 5, 6 years from now, 8 years from now, when we voted on this in 2014, we said it'll come back to council at some point, but it's been quite a few years. I don't want to vote tonight expecting that council is going to be revisiting this in the next couple of years. It may be some time before council revisits the map or the number of licenses, but the policy we make, it will be standing for some time, and it's hard to know when a future council will revisit it. And I'm comfortable with 4 locations in the city, whether or not the real estate's available today. It may be in the coming years.
One final thought on it, maybe just so we can move on. I think when we first talked about this, you were actually sort of in favor of concentrating businesses, and I think Councilor Fisher made a great point about easier to kind of keep track of and such. So I would like to move, well, I know it's a discussion, but I would move that we remove the 1,000-foot restriction between businesses.
Mr. Glick.
That would be section 4. It would be a deletion of section 4.94070 little e3, which is on page 11.
Second.
So in terms of the text of the motion would be that.
And I think technically there's something to do with the phase 2 applications having to be, you can't approve them something not 1,000 feet further.
Yeah, if this one passes, I'll find the other language.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a first and a second, and we have clarification as to where in the ordinance that exists. Are we all clear on what's being proposed? I guess I'm not clear. From 1,000 feet to something else? I missed that part. To 0?
I would say to 0. I think that anything else is arbitrary, and I'm trying not to legislate on the fly. So I think from 1,000 to 0.
All right. I think we've all got it. Mayor Pro Tem, and then I think Councilor Fisher also had a hand.
This is more of a question. What's the benefit of the 1,000 feet?
The thought was to not have a concentration, to have a separation. And of the areas shown, the 2 areas that could most easily accommodate that are from Inner Plaza over to 470 area, and then probably, but I don't think so, the Fairgrounds area. As written, as 1,000 feet.
Mm-hmm. And can you help me understand? I understand the outcome is that they wouldn't be clustered, but the benefit of not having clusters?
Oh, no, that's a policy question. Do you want them clustered? Do you want them separated?
Okay.
And I think you can argue both. You can argue. There's lots of examples of, I was trying to not have an inappropriate example, Amsterdam, having
city.
I've been there.
You have certain activities concentrated.
Districts, sure. Okay.
Councilor Fisher?
Thanks. Maybe one clarification. I know we use 1,000 feet also related to schools or the things in other areas related to the medical marijuana. What was the section that you were going to add? I just want to make sure we don't strip some of that out.
Right.
Because I think it was 1,000 feet from other marijuana establishments was my understanding of the amendment.
Yes, so the current text, which is 4.94070E3 rather, says no retail marijuana store may be located within 1,000 feet of any other regulated marijuana store, which would be from a retail or a medical. And the motion was to delete that entire section.
Okay. And that was, I think, what I seconded. And I'm glad that you put regulated. They can still be closer to the unregulated ones?
We're looking at to have unregulated ones.
No. Sorry.
Councilor Haseman?
Well, I think the idea of clustering them is we've got them all over the city in terms of the locations. 1,000 feet, if you think about 5,280, a locally popular number, is, it's not even a quarter mile. So it sounds like there ought to be some distance. We've got lots of places to put them. Why have them closer than 1,000 feet? And if we want to come back and change that, we can always come back and change it if there's a good reason. But with only a maximum of 4 locations, I don't see any reason why they need to be closer than 1,000 feet. So I'd like to keep it in.
And I can appreciate both sides of it, but I agree with Councilor Hazeman. And some of the cities where they have not limited the licenses and they leave it up to the commercial market, it might make sense not to regulate how close they can be or where, because it's going to dictate how many businesses can be supported. But we are limited to 4 licenses, and I would, by not having any distance, we could have 4 all in one location of the city, which would then create a very concentrated sort of area, district, that is the marijuana district of Golden, because we don't know. Once we remove that policy, we've left it up to where those licenses, anywhere in those areas, not spread out. So by saying 0 separation, they could all be in the same business park, commercial area. I don't know that 1,000's the right thing. I think liquor stores are 500. I mean, I don't have a number, but 0, I'm less comfortable saying okay to it. Any other thoughts before we vote? We had a motion and a second. I think we were all clear on the language that would be. Was there additional language, or was that the section that would be?
Well, there's
moved?
3 words that need to be deleted. 5 words on page 19 if this passes. So perhaps see if it passes and then go to that one before a new topic.
Okay. Are we? Oh, go ahead.
I think the one thing about reducing that distance probably changes the balance of power maybe and the relationships between the potential business owners and the landlords in the area, because we can create suddenly, and I'd be a little worried about creating super premium areas where you might have a landlord jacking the rents up because they know they are one of the key places where only one could be, and so you could end up with a really interesting potential power dynamic and mismatch between the two that I'm not sure we are intentionally trying to set. And maybe the number is, so in that case, I'd just be worried about this sort of unintended consequence of creating these zones where specific landlords have created this really kind of uber expensive area potentially. But I think we could have that same problem by concentrating them too. They could say, I want to do that. And maybe it's not our problem, but I wouldn't necessarily want to set something up that created kind of an odd dynamic there.
Oh, Councilor Cameron.
I just want to echo that that was a great point that I had not anticipated, but I share that concern that there are landlords who would ask for a premium, and I think we even got input from people who suggested that is already the case for marijuana retail businesses in general, and it would be even exacerbated. Another way to do it is you could just say no more than 2 within 1,000 feet of each other, or something to that effect, and then you don't have a concentration 4. So you could leave it all the same, but say no more than 2 within 1,000 feet, or something to that effect. But that's not the motion on the table, so I'd have to amend the motion if there was any, say more agreement with that proposal.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to remove the 1,000 feet between locations. Are we ready for a vote? All right, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem Trout?
Nay.
Councilor Hazeman?
Nay.
Councilor Brown?
Nay.
Councilor Fisher?
Nay.
Councilor Cameron?
A pointless aye.
Mayor Weinberg?
Nay.
The amendment fails.
All right. Councils, anyone? Yes, Councilor Hanson.
So I have a kind of a question and a comment. It says a maximum of 4. That could be 1, 2, 3, could be up to 4. Do we ever see it again? Does the licensing authority decide, hey, we've got 27 applications, and they're just going to do 4? But when we say a maximum of 4, are we giving carte blanche to doing 4? And my question is, I'd like to see it again. I'd like to know if we're saying, hey, it is 4, because we know we're going to get more than 4 applications and they're going to be suitable. I'm just guessing, but I have some certainty there. So this, putting a cap of 4 means that it could be less than that, but we'll never, is that my question? Will we ever see this again, or is it out of our hands?
The way the ordinance is drafted, the initial issuance by the city clerk is the licensing entity. We would not have authority to not approve up to 4. So if there are 4, there may be more applicants than there are eligible locations, because what happens in other communities is people identify a location and a couple of them get conditional leases to pursue that one. But unless you put a come back to council clause in the ordinance, it would come back whenever, whatever the required number of you wants to talk about it on any Thursday.
Tuesday.
Tuesday. Oh, it's not Thursday.
Are you old school or what?
That's a different.
But
It's a comment.
I would expect that you would want a report after this first licensing period and to know how it went, what we learned, and how many applications there were, how many went through to phase 2, how many were licensed. Did you want to know all of that stuff?
Okay, just a question. It wasn't a motion.
Okay, thank you. Anything else before we vote on the amended? Councilor Cameron.
I'm trying to find the wording, but I'm sure Mr. Click can find it. I would like to remove drive-through as an option, even if it goes through the SUP process. I think we've heard very loudly from the public that we want these things to be low-key and, they're willing to have them as part of the community, but I think a drive-through raises the profile. So I would like to propose that we not allow drive-through.
So that's in the same section as the last item you were dealing with. Page 11, 4.94070E2 this time. And so what I would recommend that you do, the reason it says walk up and drive up is because that's the terminology that appears in other regulations regarding marijuana, that you could simply say walk up or drive-through operations for retail marijuana stores shall not be permitted. So you'd be amending that sentence from, you'd be deleting must comply with separate zoning approval procedures as applicable and replacing that with shall not be permitted.
A second.
Are we all clear on the motion? Any discussion? Questions? Discussion? Councilor Haseman.
I agree with Councilor Cameron. The idea of waiting in line at Burger King or having a walk up to a window versus a little more going inside, having a counter, I think that for me makes more sense. And so I think it's, I don't want to use the word tidier necessarily, but I think that the eye of walking up, tapping on the window, I think they need to go inside.
And I agree, and I think it's in keeping with the let's go a slow approach to start, and if we decide later, that's great. But yeah, I'm in support too.
Are we ready for a vote? All right, let's take a vote on the amendment.
Councilor Fisher?
Aye.
Mayor Weinberg?
Aye.
Councilor Haseman?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Trout?
Aye.
Councilor Brown?
Aye.
Councilor Cameron?
Aye.
The amendment passes.
Did you get to vote, Mayor?
I did. Anything further on the amended ordinance? Any further discussion before a final vote? Yes.
Can I just clarify, Commissioner, Councilor Cameron, you at one point offered an idea about changing the number of licenses. Had you decided against making such a motion?
I didn't, I think if the discussion about locations had been different, I'm not going to propose it. If you could, and I could second it, and then we could discuss it.
I'm fine.
Okay. Any further comments before we take a final vote? All right, then let's take a final vote on the amended ordinance number 2183.
Okay, Mayor Weinberg.
Aye.
Counselor Hazeman.
Aye.
Counselor Brown.
Aye.
Counselor Fisher.
Aye.
Counselor Cameron.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Trapp.
Aye.
And the ordinance passes as amended.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Glick. A lot of work over the last many months, even before the ballot item. We
Didn't
appreciate
even
it.
wear a green tie. I was thinking something, just, I don't know.
Well, sure. Yes.
Yes.
I know we've got one more item in public hearing, but we have a request for a short recess, so we'll take 5.
Thank you.
Come back at
where my office was downtown, the Golden Triangle. I mean, there was literally corners where there was 4 on every corner. And it was like, okay, that's it.
We got Councilor Cameron, we got... All right, I think we are all back and ready to resume our meeting. Next up on our agenda is another ordinance on second reading with a public hearing, and that's 2187. I'm not going to read all that. I'm just going to turn it to Mr. Glick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. This small item was one of 2 real estate issues that was presented to council a number of weeks ago, and it relates to a small strip of property on top of Lookout Mountain that the city acquired in a tax sale several decades ago, and I believe mistakenly did not convey to the Lookout Mountain Water District in 1987. It was only discovered by the neighbor that we were the owner when they ran into difficulty with their septic system in leach field. And they are seeking to, they asked us if the city council would be willing to convey this parcel to them. We talked about a level of compensation applicable to this 25-foot wide strip of property, and the city attorney's office has prepared the ordinance 2187 and this quitclaim deed that for consideration of $6,000 would allow the conveyance of this 3,000 square foot strip of property adjacent to the address on Lookout Mountain. I forgot the name of the address of the property. That we discussed several times this spring.
Thank you.
And the neighbors will be very happy if they can secure it and fix their individual sewage disposal system.
Any questions, council? All right, this item does have a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing on ordinance 2187. And I'm going to close the public hearing on ordinance 2187. Council.
I move to approve ordinance number 2187.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? All right, the ordinance passes.
Thank you, Mr. Glick.
Next up, we have a resolution, 2860, and this is regarding fees. related to the licensing of stores.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Typically, when services provided by the city require a fee with an application or for application or review, the ordinances that deal with that process indicate that fees will be set by resolution. And that provides the opportunity for the city to adjust fees over time, typically up because of inflation and the cost of doing business going up. But it could also affect if, for example, you haven't set fees appropriately. And when we do set fees, we are, it is not as precise as counting every minute of time to work on something, but there needs to be a proportionate relationship between the fee and the city's cost to provide the services. So fees are not intended to be just money-making opportunities. So in trying to figure out fees for regulated marijuana businesses, we had to look at what the rest of the metro area does, which was not in the least bit helpful if you look at the chart, but also to do a little bit of research of which communities are very active in their monitoring and activities with these regulated businesses, which ones are not. And it's not for us to say that their fees are not related to their costs, but that didn't really help too much. So we've recommended fees, primarily the city clerk's office and myself, in looking through the licensing requirements. And you didn't really change the licensing requirements today, so we think that's still accurate. And there are application fees. In our case, for retail or combined retail and medical, there is the phase 1 application that has a pretty intensive qualitative review, and the phase 2 application that has the much more technical review of security plans and alarm systems, et cetera. And then an operating fee. We are towards the middle below 50% if you, some of them only have an operating fee and don't have an annual licensing fee. So we believe that the fees are reasonable, and there are some minor fees at the bottom of the resolution that have to do with things that happen quite a bit: modification of premises, change of location, not so much, change of legal trade name, probably more often, transfer of ownership, et cetera. So I would not guarantee that these fees are exactly what our costs will be, but we believe that they are appropriate given our understanding of our costs.
Thank you. Questions? Councilor Cameron.
One of the things I've seen sometimes over the years is that fees get out of date because we didn't index them to inflation. And given that we're talking later about having to pay employees more even this year due to inflation, I would wonder why we don't add an inflation index to these fees to account for the increased costs that will accrue due to not additional staff time, but additional staff expense.
I think that might be more of a policy issue. One of the things that Mr. Hansen has attempted to do over the years is to consolidate fee evaluation and to do it all at once, I think in early fall. And we're not always successful because there are a broad range of fees that we have, and some are not evaluated that often. So I don't really have a response to that. If council wanted to change it by the CPI or something, or it could be something that you address in general with city manager and budget preparation and how we address fees going forward. Some I think that we want to be much more specific about. There are some that deal with recreation services and youth and seniors that you might want to just not automatically raise, but I think we could go with this the way it is, or you could add that, or it could be a separate kind of a budgetary conversation of how do we keep up with the cost of doing business.
If I could just chime in, one thought that I've discussed with staff is a comprehensive fee schedule. So sometimes I believe in your code, you've got actually specific fees and talk about getting out of date pretty quickly, right? But to do a scrape of all of those, change it all to adopted by city council resolution, a comprehensive fee schedule resolution that is reviewed specifically, annually, targeted to costs and really brought to council to determine with staff's recommendation to make sure those costs actually reflect, what costs are incurred, whether it's needs to increase, sometimes it needs to decrease, sometimes the fee goes away, is obsolete. So that is, I think, something we're thinking about a little bit more in the longer term here that would address a lot of those questions.
So just to quickly follow up then, if we were to go that route, is this ordinance as written flexible enough to say, as amended during annual fee review, or do we need to add a line to that effect so that it gets pulled into that process?
So this is a resolution, so it's specifically drafted to, this ordinance is already drafted to incorporate fees by resolution. So whether it's in a singular resolution or a comprehensive fee schedule that's adopted by resolution, we're good.
So follow up, Councilor. The enactment of a comprehensive fee schedule would include the repeal of 24 separate resolutions that currently are piecemeal enacting those. So there's nothing in this resolution that would limit or prevent it being included in the comprehensive. The fun part will be finding them all.
Thanks. I'm glad to hear you guys are on that. One question about one of the fees, the medical marijuana store new fee. How many of those are we likely to have?
None.
Okay. Is there...
Well, there's a theoretical possibility, right? If the current operator closes, right?
Right, if they chose not to convert to... one other thing that we mentioned in the memo last time we talked about it was that we didn't really change much of the medical criteria. And the medical criteria are based on M2 zoning and the distance from schools and each other. And that's what really limits it. My prediction is none, but the code still permits it, and so that's why there's a fee.
So there's no absolute restriction. We didn't say there's a total of one or anything like that?
No, we have gone 12 years-ish. We used to have two. There was one on 14th Street, and then when the state passed separation from schools, that one closed down. But we have had little interest and no one apply in at least 8 or 10 years.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anything further on the resolution?
Move approval of Resolution 2860.
I second.
Thank you. Further discussion before a vote?
I'll say thank you for the comparative information. I thought that was really helpful, and it made me feel pretty comfortable with where you landed. I would love to know what you get with the gold-plated review in Aurora and Adams County, but I'm sure you guys will do an even better job for less money. So thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah, gold-plated for sure. All right. All those in favor of the resolution, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? No.
There's an aye. Oh, it's just a nay. Okay.
All right, the resolution carries. Next, Dr. Cog, tip, all the acronyms.
Yes, ma'am. So, Mayor and Council, this evening is actually, I very much appreciate the public comment that you received, and it's unfortunate there has not been a real healthy debate about this memorandum. The idea got put on hold when our engineering group and frankly Mueller on our behalf were reviewing the rezoning that you dealt with at your most recent meeting and how those traffic impacts in the future, how well we know what they are and how they would impact the downtown area. So this is actually much more about money than it is about what you actually are going to do with downtown streets. And it's driven by the Denver Regional Council of Governments schedule that is being driven by extra federal funds and substantial extra federal funds that are being made available this year. So by way of background, you'll notice I am not the city engineer and I am not the expert on actually either of these projects' design. I submitted the grant for the first two phases of the West Colfax Complete Street. And frankly, in terms of organizational structure, Ms. Byerly wants to take over these relationships with federal transportation projects in the future, but I offered her and Mr. Murby that I would help. I asked them if they wanted me to help this year, and they said yes within about a half a second. So this is a discussion about an opportunity to seek funds that we don't necessarily have to accept, for example, for the downtown one if we come up with a different idea, but we are under a time crunch. So I did include, and part of this was I don't know if I even mentioned it in here, in talking to our DRCOG representatives, Councilor Hazeman and Councilor Cameron, they had suggested that MTAB should weigh in on these. And this is actually most of the memo that went to MTAB because they didn't have the background on how the funding process has changed in recent years down with DRCOG. So I did visit MTAB in May. They are supportive of both applications. They have not yet had a chance to debate this topic, and I think they should. I think it's healthy to debate. I was flabbergasted when I'm sorry I'm jumping around, but in preparing these applications, I was reviewing pedestrian counts for downtown. And in the end of April, which is going to be less than now, there were 550 pedestrian crossings at 12th and Washington at noon on a Thursday, and 1,260 at noon on a Saturday, which in vehicular traffic, you oftentimes multiply the peak hour by 10 for an approximation of what the average daily is. That would mean about 12,000 pedestrian crossings a day at 12th and Washington, almost that many at 13th. I chose that one because I thought it would be the highest of these intersections. So I don't think we should discount the, anecdotally, what we see that the vehicular congestion is really related to our pedestrian activity downtown. And Councilor Brown's aware from discussions on the DDA that there are opportunities out there. There's the what's called the Barnes Dance project or process that used to happen in Denver where everybody walks at once. So you walk perpendicular or diagonally, you do all your pedestrians at once, and that might be counterintuitive, but that could also work. So if you're willing to set aside the exact what we might do with downtown intersections, I want to talk about funding. So until about 6 or 8 years ago, there was one pot of money for the whole region, and we would all compete for it. And most of the communities felt that certain communities, that the criteria seemed, those with the most density and the most population tended to get things funded, and the rest of us that weren't Denver and Boulder didn't get things funded as much. And so there was a movement on the DRCOG board that we should have this current situation where we have a regional pool and a sub-regional pool. And actually 80% of the funds go into the sub-regional pools. And that is the pool that we applied for in 2019 for the design of 6th and Heritage and the West Colfax Complete Street. And we're successful. But now what has happened is, and there's the slides that have all sorts of call 1, call 2, call 3. There are actually 2 opportunities this year to submit for sub-regional, which we are extremely competitive in. And at this point, it doesn't appear that there are projects to use up all the JEFCO funding and call the next call, which is due next Friday, the 24th, of $25 million. The one reason there is so much money is that there is stimulus, and I think COVID-related funds have been put in there, and they are restricted to multimodal and air quality type projects, no roadway capacity projects in Call 1 that was the recent regional one that Councilor Haseman may have already voted on those regional ones last month. But for Call 2, you cannot submit intersections, interchanges, new roads, road widening. And so the $25 million that's available in Jefferson County, we are extremely competitive towards. And the other thing that is most amazing is there's only a 10% match. I've never seen federal dollars with only a 10% match. So that is why we're excited about this. There will also be a regional call and a sub-regional call in the fall where Jefferson County has a good amount of funds, 34 million planned. However, there will be capacity projects submitted, and Golden may choose to try to put together a package to submit 6th and Heritage as the design is being completed. But for now, if we are going to submit anything, we need to submit by next Friday. For West Colfax, I'm not sure how much council's been kept up to date, but we did talk a few months ago about the early action item for GURA and the city to share. GURA is the sharing the local match. We've made quite a bit of progress on the design, but because of the complexity of the design and the Lena Gulch impacts on West Colfax, and the fact that the project scope has increased quite a bit with protected bike lanes, and those have caused some issues with the channel from the quarry accesses down to Heritage Road. Out what do we call it on the news every single day? Out of control inflation, we hear about every day. But at any rate, the money that we have secured so far, which would be $8.7 million, including a 20% local match. So the federal money we've received so far is about $5.9 million.
Close enough.
Yeah. Staff's recommendation, and we do not have a final cost, but in talking to GURA last night, we were realizing that if our final cost that I was hoping to have by today from our engineer from David Evans and Associates came in and said we should ask for a $7 million project, that only increases the local match for GURA and DDA each by $20,000. And we're talking about 2024 and 2025 because for this phase from west of Zeta over to Violet. And the reasoning is the uncertainty as what the Lena Gulch project from Zeta Street East is going to entail. And I've tried not to get involved in that because it's, or in front of it because it is a complementary project that will come to council and will come to the Parks Board. And regardless of whether there's any detention on the Bachman property, there's a good chance that there is some storm sewer in Colfax that would make it inappropriate to build it in 23 and then dig a giant trench down it 6 months or a year later. So we are seeing West Colfax as a phased project from just east of Heritage Road up to I-70 as the first phase after the early action item that goes to construction in 23, and taking this great opportunity to apply for about a $6.5 million final phase. But if it's okay, if the cost comes in tomorrow and says $7.5 million, and that would be $50,000 more for GURA and DDA to really do it, to go ahead and submit this West Colfax project a week from now and see how it goes. For downtown, I alluded to that first, we actually have budgeted money in the capital programs, and we had it budgeted in 2021. There's $283,000 budgeted for traffic signals, and with basically staff workload, turnover, whatever, we've been trying to figure out what to do, what we could accomplish with that. There was the issue when the Mines Rover was running about We couldn't even try to have the autonomous circulator cross Washington Avenue because, and I usually get in trouble for talking about our 17th century traffic signals, but they are not up-to-date traffic signals. And so it is determined to be eligible by Dr. Cog, and this is a great opportunity. The number is actually lower with inflation and contingency. The number is actually lower than the memo. The project is just over 1 million, and there is no reason to put in more than the minimum local match because the Jeffco pool is at or in excess of what all the applications are so far. So I would recommend that we submit this, but that I inform Mr. Poor that a conversation with, and if we got this approval, it would be in September. It would then take till February to get an IGA with CDOT in place. So there are many months to have the debate over would one of these other solutions. And I've been real intrigued. If we did something that got rid of the left turn lanes, we would have a lot more room for sidewalks. And then we would have to address the issue of what do we do with the clunky giant planters that we'll have to deal with sometime. But it's never been worth the effort to consider streetscape changes to narrow the street, which is a little bit wider than it needs to be now, because there wasn't enough. But if you actually, as a community, if we actually decided we wanted to take one of those more aggressive steps, such as was suggested tonight, in addition to changing the character of the street, it would allow widening of the sidewalks by quite a bit. So that's a very long rambling version of, we'd like to submit these applications, but I'd like to inform Public Works staff that this is a document that should be reviewed by MTAD and a debate that should be had in the community.
Great. Thank you. Go ahead.
So thank you, Steve. I really appreciate the discussion, and I'm totally in support of cheap money. So I'm glad you're looking for ways to find stuff and identifying, and I'm so wholeheartedly in favor of the smart signals, especially on Ford, right? I mean, those really need some help, right? Those have broken down in the past and been pretty problematic.
Right, and Jackson and 19th and Ford and 19th and maybe even Illinois are high priority, even if we do something different on Washington.
Well, and it made me wonder too, it would Washington and 19th, where there's not currently a signal, but we've always talked, maybe there will come a time where we need one after Mines completes its project there. So I'm in support of submitting the grant as long as you assure me we can still, that doesn't obligate us to replace the signals downtown when we can still have this other discussion. And that's what it sounds like you're saying.
Right. When you, it's in bad form to enter into the IGA with CDOT, with some more acronyms, which would be next winter sometime. And if you're not planning on going forward, but even if you enter the IGA and don't go forward and don't spend any of their money. There are times to stop. The polite time to stop would be before an intergovernmental agreement with CDOT.
But it seems like we've got so many other places, even other lights outside of that area that might still benefit from a smarter, newer light.
Yeah,
right?
they wouldn't qualify as well though, because downtown really qualifies because of it's an urban center, the pedestrian activity, the bike activity. There aren't that many more that are ours. For example, like 58 and Washington are not our signals. Iowa is our signal. Washington and 93 are not our signals. We could talk to them about moving things around, but the one first step is seek the funding, and the other step is really have a robust conversation about the ideas.
Okay, and I totally support it. If I could just, I'll do my soapbox and then I'll be done. All right.
All right.
I was thrilled to see the Moeller study, and I thought it was great. And because it really showed that some of those alternatives actually work better than the signals, right? These four-way stop signs had fewer traffic queues, fewer wait times, for motorists at all those intersections. And so, I mean, that's really an exciting possibility. And you're right. What's exciting about that is it lets you start to take back more space that, as we've learned in the pandemic, there's an ever-increasing amount more pressure for pedestrians and cyclists and even parking in downtown, and being able to reapportion that space is really exciting. The other reason why I think it's really important that we talk about it and get there is it's also right here in our TMP. We said that as top tier project 1-7, we're going to discuss downtown modal priority streets, and that needs to be a broader conversation and include council in that discussion. I was a little disheartened to see at the end of that memo the discussion that it was the four-way stops were eliminated from consideration from staff view because it would make drivers uncomfortable. It used the phrase, it would be less comfortable for drivers when there's so many pedestrians on some of those downtowns. And there's 4 blocks in the entire town where the comfort of our pedestrians should be prioritized more than the comfort of the motorists. That's it. That's the spot. So I really want us to have that discussion and be able to have a robust conversation about what are some of those alternatives. And it seems like we could do a test without changing any lights, maybe changing some striping or cones, and do a test and put them on a 4-way and see if it blows up and people are mad at each other, and then we'll know that that's maybe not a good idea. But I would love to do that. So, but in the meantime, I support you wholeheartedly on the let's go get some cheap money.
Can I hop on your soapbox?
Please.
Thank you, Councilor Brown. I think I agreed with everything you said. The statement you said is about we should prioritize the comfort of pedestrians and cyclists over folks in cars. And even then, I remember years ago, our former Mayor Sloan talking about a particular stretch in relation to traffic, and folks were saying, like, I feel very uncomfortable on this street. And she said, that's the goal. We need you to feel uncomfortable so that you can remain aware. So even, prioritizing comfort of some over others, I also think discomfort is something we should be building on in order to save lives, very frankly. So appreciate that comment and support everything you said, including the let's get some cheap money.
Councilor Haseman and Councilor Cameron.
I also support good projects, and I'm, the phase 1 on Colfax from Heritage Road to the freeway is one where I've ridden my bicycle there, and it is dangerous. The Jeffco Open Space is planning to put a trail on the other side of the hog back through the Rooney Road area. We've looked at that in the past year, or seen that as part of their improvements. And the dinosaur parking lots that they have there at the intersection would link into that bicycle path. So I think that this is going to get more bicycle usage along Colfax. And this, of course, is not going to be on Colfax. It'll be a separate bike lane like we have along 6th Avenue. And I think that's a good thing for us to have safe biking and walking along Colfax. And so if phase 1 is feasible now with some, and I'm not calling it cheap money, it's an investment that we're willing to make a partial investment to get some even more money. I think that's a great addition. So I'm totally favoring the Colfax improvement as well as the other, but I just think we ought to realize what a benefit this Colfax improvement would be.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Councilor Cameron.
Yeah, I want to echo a lot of what Casey said about the downtown improvements. If the application is flexible enough to do a variety of solutions, I think that would be great. So enough said on that. On Colfax, I just have a question. In looking at the drawings, it looks like both the crossings to the entrance to the mine are at grade. Is that all we can afford? Is there any talk with Martin Marietta about a non-grade crossing? Where are we at on that?
So the one of the more recent revelations is that, and I think I included the floodplain map in your packet, the floodplain map underestimates the amount of flooding on Colfax. And from the Lena Gulch perspective, it is necessary to put culverts underneath the two quarry entrances that are virtually as big as we would do for an underpassing. So we always wanted to do an underpass under both of them. If it came to be an economic problem for value engineering, my recommendation would be that the quarry exit is much more important than the quarry entrance, because the trucks are coming down the hill wanting to accelerate. So the plan is actually to try to do both of them underground. They are obligated, if their deal with Jefferson County goes through for the expansion of the quarry and the fiscal contribution to Jeffco and parts of Heritage Square, they have already committed to an easement for the trail as shown on the west side of Lena Gulch. So we have the commitment for the easement. If their deal with Jefferson County doesn't go through, we would need to go out and negotiate the easement. But we have every intention to get both crossings below grade. And as I said, from a traffic point of view, we think that the exit is more important than the entrance, but both would be, that would be a great addition to have that multi-purpose trail not have any conflicts with those two quarry drives. And the plans you saw were the earlier 30% plans before we knew the drainage implications.
There's no specific action on this other than support. I am fully supportive. I don't know.
Well, so there's a
we
box.
Need something else.
There's a box that I need to check that says we affirm that the local match money is committed by the community. So I don't think a vote is absolutely necessary. You will certainly vote on an IGA if this makes it through. But your comments or some thumbs would be plenty for clicking the box.
Yep, I was going to say, I think we've heard from everyone in support. Councilor Fisher's got a thumbs up. Councilor Cameron has verbally stated support. I think we're unanimously in support of these two for the
I do notice you have some study sessions in August and September. I don't think it'd be appropriate to dictate to Ms. Byerly and Mr. Poor when they're going to come and talk to you, but we will certainly pass on that it's time to have a real discussion about this conversation about this issue.
Yes.
I will try to get money.
I think that, yeah, see if we can get money. Money tends to hurry the conversation if money's available. I think we're all very supportive of MTAB, really digging in and working on this to provide some good community input and recommendations to council on the downtown in particular.
Thank you. That would be my episodes for tonight.
Thank you. You were on the agenda a lot this evening. But the next one is not. It's not for you. We have a resolution 2862, and this is Ms. Lorenz.
Thank you, Mayor. So this item is before council as a request for mid-year increases for staff. This comes from really looking at inflation rates and challenges in retention that we've really faced this year. We are in the process of doing a compensation study, which we expect to have the results of at the end of the year to include in the budget process for next year. And already in January, February, we were referring to the study as, well, when we get the study, we can fix these problems that are coming up already, and then it's just kind of accelerated from there. So when we started to notice these trends early this year, HR and finance and myself met to kind of talk through what some possibilities might be to address the problem instead of just really focusing on the one-off problems, and what's a better way to try to address this before it gets worse. So we did a survey of other cities in Colorado, and it was about 30% that are doing some sort of mid-year increase, 30% that aren't doing anything, and then 30% that are still kind of thinking through if they're going to do something. So with those numbers, we felt like that led us to feel that this wasn't something we had to do because everyone else was doing it, but that it was something that lots of cities were considering and struggling with, and it was, really a topic of conversation for all communities. So with that in mind, we did some work to see what that might look like financially, and if that was something that we felt comfortable recommending to council, and if it was something we could afford. So we did discuss the possibility of possibly a bonus. That's something that also is used in these cases to encourage retention and those sorts of things. The reason why we decided not to go in the bonus direction for a recommendation is because of the compensation study. We're expecting a recommendation from the study that's a high increase percentage for employees that goes into effect next year. And so if we did a bonus that cost a similar amount of money right now, then we wouldn't be any closer to closing that gap that will come in at the end of this year. And so we really felt like it was a better use of the funds to look at a small across-the-board increase of 3% so that we could kind of start to close that gap so that it's not as big of a gap when we go into next year. So those were some of the considerations we used. In addition, in this memo, there's an outline of a pay equity analysis that was done on STEP program employees. So that's police officers and fire officers, and just ensuring there's equity in years of service and what they're being paid for years of service. And so some adjustments to ensure that the equity is there. And so that's something that HR has recommended to do every other year for STEP employees and then non-STEP employees. So that's our recommendation moving forward on how that would work. The total is $390,000 for the rest of this year if council were to be in favor of this measure. And so when we talked with finance, we felt comfortable with sales tax numbers that this wasn't outside of what seemed reasonable at this moment. So happy to answer any additional questions that council may have or talk through different scenarios.
Thank you. Questions at this time? Yes?
Thanks for bringing this to us. One of the things we're regularly worried about, I know, is like how are we doing in retaining and keeping our excellent employees, and so it's great to hear that you're thinking through that. I'm really glad to hear that you're doing the compensation study, and it makes lots of sense to me. If you already know there's enough of a gap to close a little bit now and work on some later. Just from things you talked about just now, the STEP versus the non-STEP, I think that sounds reasonable to me. Are those roughly the same number of employees in each group, or is it roughly similar salaries within each STEP versus non-STEP? Or?
So non-STEP is everyone except for sworn police officers and sworn fire officers. So I think if I was guessing, that's probably a fourth.
Okay.
I could be off on that.
Okay.
Maybe it's a third, but it's not as many employees. I would say closer to a fourth. And the ones that we're making adjustments on is even smaller because it wouldn't be all STEP employees that require the adjustment.
Okay, so that even by alternating years, even though that those numbers may be different, it's a small enough group. It's not like a super big amount one year and a tiny amount the next.
Right.
It's going to be kind of roughly
it's
similar.
it's more specific than that. It's more
Okay.
targeted. So it's only the ones that reach that analysis of just not following the equity analysis that they're doing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and that makes sense to me. Being a federal employee, we've got both systems of how that works. So it seems logical to me the way you're approaching that. So thank you.
Anyone else? And if not, we can entertain a motion. Oh, Councilor Fisher.
Thanks. Quick question is, I guess, a couple of questions. Is the, so for the STEP employees, they're getting 3% plus an adjustment?
Yes.
Okay, so those are two sort of separate. The 3% is for everybody?
Yeah.
Smaller pool for that, okay. What has been the impact that we've seen in terms of retention this year?
So our numbers for employees leaving and those sorts of things aren't abnormally high, I wouldn't say, but definitely when we're going through, we're seeing less applications for every job that we're posting. When we are able to find candidates, it's going higher and higher in the market. that to get those employees to come in at those rates, and also losing employees to other positions and other organizations, or them coming back and saying what their offer is and having that conversation with HR.
And along with this 3%, which I think is great, and I appreciate why it's not the same as the actual inflation rate, because this is a mid-year adjustment, not trying to make up for the entire nut of the yearly inflation increases. Is the next iteration of this going to be a little bit more robust in looking at something that goes beyond just throwing money at it?
Right. So it's not just the actual amounts. It has to do with compensation philosophy and how we're deciding we're paying in the market. And I think that our hope through this project is to be able to articulate what our compensation philosophy is in a more clear way. Because right now it's not necessarily clear what the philosophy is. So, for example, some cities say things like, we pay at midpoint of the market, and so you can expect that if you come get a job here, we're going to be at midpoint of the market, or whatever kind of version that is. And right now we don't necessarily have I couldn't explain to you right now what the philosophy is that we've agreed on as a city, and so that is a big priority, is something that we need to be able to articulate for people that are beginning to work here, for employees that are here, and be able to explain a process that they can expect on how this is going to work year after year, because I think that there's some confusion around that as well.
So like 50 cents more than Arvada.
Right, that's our philosophy.
Okay.
That could be one.
And would that also include stuff that goes beyond compensation money-wise?
Absolutely. Like, are you referring to benefits and those sorts of things?
Right, benefits,
Absolutely.
how the jobs are being designed, the flexibility of the jobs.
One of the things we're talking about a lot with the police department right now is what makes our police department special? Like, what are the perks, right? Like, what makes people want to come to Golden? And really trying to zero in on what that message is, because I think that we've relied for a while on just people love Golden, and so you should want to come work here and it'll be great, you know? And I think we need to articulate a little bit more of what our philosophy is, what our recruitment strategy is, and what we really want to get from the marketplace, because it's more competitive, honestly. You know, we haven't really been in a place where it's been as competitive as this, and so I think that's why it's really makes sense that this timing-wise works this way.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilor Haseman?
I agree with this resolution, and you were talking about the articulation or the philosophy or the messaging, and the council is supporting our employees, and so for us to just pass thing and then it's done, but it would be nice if we had the right message out there for the employees through each of the directors, so that they see how strongly the council feels about our employees as part of that messaging. Because I know, you know, certainly we say we support the police department or the fire department, but I'm not sure that we've ever, you know, had a message out there about supporting all of our employees. And here's a chance to do that. So I'd like to see if we can couple this resolution with a broader statement to the employees about how much they're appreciated. So that goes, you were ahead of me saying the philosophy, but I wanted to catch up with you and try to emphasize that. So thank you.
As long as we're on comments now instead of after. I thank you, Ms. Lorenz, for all of the conversation and the explanation. I also do hiring and recruitment and retention, and those are two huge points, right? So we know it's a very competitive market. It's very difficult to get people in and to keep them. And then there's the equity conversation around just pay transparency. What does the process look like? Both, like struggling through both of those pieces as well at our work. So just want to echo the sentiment. Clearly everyone understands it, but as someone who has to deal with this on a day-to-day basis, totally understand this and support this. And there was another thought in my head. It's gone. We'll just leave it at that.
Councilor Cameron?
That never happens to
me. No, never.
Yeah, following up to Councilor Fisher's comments, I would want to make sure that we're looking at other forms of compensation, be it remote work or PTO or things like that. But more importantly, one thing we never hear about, well, at least I've never heard about, is the outcomes of exit interviews and even just anonymized information about why people are leaving and rolling that back into sort of our compensation strategy and being more holistic. And so I'm just sort of asking, to what degree do we use exit interviews as a source of information? And can we use it better moving forward?
So HR obviously conducts the exit interviews and definitely tracks and looks at what are some of the reasons and has some of that data, and we certainly could report some of that data in aggregate as far as what some of the concerns are of people that are leaving and what that looks like.
Yeah, but more focused on, are there things that we could do vis-a-vis compensation or benefits that would have kept somebody, because a lot of times it might just be they want something new and we can't really fight that, but yeah, those things that would tie back to compensation are really valuable.
Yes, understood.
Yeah, and my only comment is just to kind of reiterate, we've been talking all year, it's in our strategic plan that the HR director and the city have engaged consultants to do this compensation study for this year, as has been mentioned, and it's a full study, so it's not just looking at wages, and that we can expect to see the results from the consultants later this year, and council will have an opportunity, as well as the public, I'm sure, to see the completed study that will give us that broader view. This is a more narrow request this evening for just the mid-year compensation outside of that full study. But we don't have a resolution on the table yet, so if someone is ready to make that motion.
I move to approve Resolution 2862.
Second.
Thank you. We've had a lot of discussion. Anything further? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right, the resolution carries.
Thank you.
Next up, we have council staff comments, new business, and then we are following with a study session, following with an executive session. As we've been doing, we'll start the new business with the policy proposal that has been provided, and I will ask Councillor Cameron or Councillor Fisher who wants to talk to us about this one.
Do you want me to take that, Councilor Fisher?
Yeah, if you want to get it started.
Sure. So I put this together a little while ago, but let me just put the big picture together. I would like to see more engagement with the citizens around elections to include higher turnout and more people running for office that are more representative of the city vis-a-vis population, age, demographics, whatever. So basically my proposals here are around things that have worked in other municipalities to improve voter engagement. And it might not even be the right list. So where I want to leave it is, with respect to elections, is can we have a conversation about improving engagement, and if that leads to charter changes, then great. And the other charter change I'd like clarity on it, we got behind the scenes, well, we got some clarity from the city attorney about what we can and cannot do with regards to land for affordable housing. And I think that if we want to be making bigger impact in that space, we may need to ask for a charter amendment from our citizens to allow us to be more effective in land deals around affordable housing. So those are the two big issues, and the details I think obviously need to be worked out. So I just want to get it on the table.
I think that sort of explains it. I think we were kind of thinking a little bit about timing and realizing that probably putting it on something like this might end up with needing to go to an election. And realistically, we're not necessarily sure that this year, timing-wise, is what's on the table. So we started thinking a little bit more broadly about, I think, Councilor Cameron's question of how do we improve engagement? And maybe it doesn't even actually lead to something that ends up being a charter amendment, but we think probably it certainly could. Teeing it up right now is just to get on the radar to say, is council interested in having this conversation? And then adding into it some other components that might be charter amendment stuff, whether we have the different departments that are looking at areas where they feel like the charter has some language that could be a problem. Looking at the incentives to clean up or maybe clarify that language to make sure it's in line with what we want to do for some of our projects. Cleaning up syntax and gender issues if we wanted to do things like that. And then that would give us the time now to start that conversation if council wants to, so that we would be ready to provide more community or get more community engagement and outreach for next year for potentially kind of timing for 2023 or later type of issue. But we wanted to see if council was interested in having this type of conversation and just kind of kicking that off.
Thank you. And I'll open it up to council. I think they're all great topics. There are many different topics in this same proposal. So I think I'm struggling with, there's incentives, there's cleaning up charter language, there's changing ranked choice voting, and then there's the conversation about engagement with electors. And those could all lead to very different conversations and different results. So I'm not entirely sure the ask of council right now. Is it just to have a study session of all of these topics? Or is there one in particular you want to focus on first? I'm just not sure what to do with this proposal to say, council, let's give some direction on this next. So if you could clarify kind of what the ask is of the next step, or,
I think we were...
One of the things we did recently was read it through charter amendment changes in Thornton, and they were pretty broad, but also focused on one topic. And I care a lot about the affordable housing piece, but I would say that if we bit off one topic, then it would be around elections and getting lined up so that when, either by 2023, we have some changes in place, or this would be 2025, that the next time the ward elections are open, that we have in place a process that engages more of our citizens in this process. So I would say if I had to choose, my vote would be around elections. And so what you're being asked to do is, can we work with Monica behind the scenes to first bring something for a more clear conversation, I guess, in the study session.
When I looked at them, it looked like there's three categories, some of which would probably be council focused, some of which might be more, say, staff and attorney's office focused. So I think that the three categories that I kind of looked at were things like cleanup and modernization of going back through the code, looking at election and engagement issues, and then looking at equity issues and kind of a broader view of what those equity issues mean, especially as we continue to look at equity. I think things are probably going to pop up where we may identify changes in the charter that would be additional equity issues. They could also be things like affordable housing incentives and things of that nature, where maybe our charter is inadvertently sort of preventing us from continuing down the equity path that we want to. So I see probably the cleanup and modernization is probably more staff focused time, to the extent that they're interested or find things that are worthy of bringing up to that level. And then I think election and engagement and equity issues are the two that are probably more council focused, where we would probably be keeping an eye on it and having input from our different departments and our new folks that we have hired in different areas, as well as our equity project with the Ready environment, to see what types of changes that would make. So that's kind of how I was starting to categorize those three. And that's why I think we wanted to start that conversation now, is to really understand, maybe one of these categories isn't one that we need to engage in, or maybe we can have it go to different groups to look at as maybe a subcommittee or something like that. Not a new subcommittee. Sorry.
I'm looking at this thinking about our strategic plan and the things we have on there already and the number of things we're pursuing. And I think of Alex each week writing down all of the things that are happening. And I'm not prepared to add more to that plate right now. But with regard to I guess, how many listed items here that, and I thought I understood them, Councilor Fisher, when you were talking about them, but it wasn't clear to me which one you wanted to focus on, and maybe we could focus on one, and maybe we want to wait till the next time we have an offsite and focus on one. But to take this list of 7 and say, hey, these are things we need to have a study session on these 7, I'm just not prepared to do that. And I'd be happy to have you come back with one and say, here's one that we think, should get on the strategic plan or one we should talk about. But I'm not prepared to endorse a list of 7, so that's how I feel.
That's helpful.
Yeah, and I would echo that to be a little bit more specific in coming back. We already have a lot of staff time and city attorney time already fully committed this year with projects. I also know that not all charter amendments passed by the voters, and so a little bit more specific of what do we want to look at and how other cities have done it, to get it passed. A lot of cities seem to have charter commissions, committees that they form, and maybe that's something we want to look at to authorize for next year to have a charter commission, like a border commission. Maybe it's not a continuing one, but it's for a certain period of time. A recommendation like that of how to proceed based on where other cities had success. I know I was very surprised to see one city, their charter amendment that just moved to gender neutral language failed. So, it's not a given that these things just happen. And I think we need a lot more input, not council level and staff level, but community level on, do we want to change wards or districts or how we do voting? I think we need to get some input. So a more specific proposal, maybe with some examples from other cities or what, and then I think we could get it on another meeting or on a study session, and then certainly if we need more robust, conversation when we can dig into it with a little more time.
Okay.
Is that,
Yeah, I am in support. I do think it's a good time to look at revising the charter. And it's one of those things where if you're going to bite off the thing, then you may as well do the things like the gender stuff, right? I mean, it doesn't make sense to try to piecemeal it out and do it over a long time. You kind of, if you're jumping in, you got to figure out where the drawing line is and what are the things that are important to you. For me, the thing that's important is the ranked choice voting. I mean, I really see that in this country as a broader whole, our democratic system is at risk. And what that means for small democracies like our city is that I think we have a real responsibility to do as much as we can to strengthen democracy at the level where people are most engaged in their democratic institutions. And so I'm not so convinced I need to rethink the wards or the districts or how that works. I mean, I'm not opposed to thinking about whether it's voters versus residents. I mean, that seems pretty logical. But for me, the one that really makes me intrigued is the ranked choice voting stuff, because I think that's really important, and I think it's really worth having a community conversation about. And weirdly, it's the one topic on all that list where I've received 2 phone calls from residents out of the blue to talk about that, and that was a thing that they were really concerned about and wanted to see us do. And I have not, nobody's cold called me about the gender language, but if you go in, I think you try to tackle that stuff too, and you try to find where that drawing line of what's important while we're going down that road.
I'm just going to provide some on the ranked choice voting because our city clerk has already looked into some of that. I know Councilor Hazeman and I had quite a bit of conversation with someone who reached out and was passionate about it. They are not actually within City of Golden limits, so they couldn't vote in the City of Golden ranked choice voting, but is very passionate about the issue, and we had good conversation. We do the coordinated elections, and I believe the Jefferson County Elections Division is looking at implementing the technology to be able to do it. But as of right now, even if we said we wanted to, we would have to figure out how to do it on our own because the county is not able to support that. So, I agree. I think that's a great conversation to have. I'm not sure I'm prepared to bump something off of our list right now in order to have that conversation and do that work in terms of
and that's great.
Priority, because we can't do it anyway.
And I don't know that, but that's why I'm interested in talking more about it and continuing this conversation and figuring out how it could be done or not at all. So that's why I would like to continue.
Do you have an update on the?
I do. So it did just pass last year in the legislature, so they will be able to do ranked choice voting in Jefferson County next year, starting in 2023.
Great.
We would just have to let them know, and maybe more questions for you. I know Williamson and Hayashi thought that the way our charter was written now that we wouldn't have to do anything, that we could just do ranked choice voting. But Kathy may want to look at that.
So directed, I would. I haven't looked at it yet.
So certainly something that we would want to look at, consider, have some advice before the 2023 elections, because that'll be the next election that's available to us. Right.
So how does this policy proposal process work? Do we look for thumbs now, or?
Can I speak first on?
Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, it's just really disheartening to hear this gender conversation number 2 be the if we're already doing it, let's throw in gender. As someone who's been dealing with this conversation, not just while campaigning, but also while being on city council and being treated very differently than my male counterparts. This is very disheartening to hear this as a second up. Might as well throw it in there. The equity piece is very important to me. I'm getting very emotional because it's day-to-day basis that I have to deal with this. And I will come to you with my own, I'll pull out number 2 and make sure that it's a priority. That's all I have to say.
Just for what it's worth right now, I'm not saying this is addressing all issues, but your charter does currently say that the masculine gender extends to and includes the feminine gender and neuter, and the word person extends to bodies, politic, and corporate, partnership, and individuals. I'm not saying that goes where you want it to go.
Does definitely not go where it wants to go.
Just want to make sure everyone has that information before them. Yeah.
I think,
Can I just really say, I hope I didn't say anything that I wasn't intended to offend you, and I'm really sorry.
I understand your
said
intent.
something. So let me just apologize up front and say I in no way meant to suggest that that's not a really important thing.
Thank you for your intent. The actual behaviors that I receive and the conversation I receive on a day-to-day basis is very different than intent.
Okay.
I think this is really helpful for Don and I to help kind of get, for me, it says it's really important to think about how we do this right. This gives us some ideas on ways maybe we can come back to you with some other suggestions that allow us to keep moving this forward, engage the community in a way that's not going to hopefully be, sort of sidetracking City Council too much from other projects we're doing, because I think some of this stuff is important too. So let us maybe, I believe Councilor Brown's term is to noodle this around a little bit and see if we can come back. But this was helpful just to have this short conversation about it. I appreciate that.
great. And I think, coming back with some more of those specifics of what you'd be, looking for, we can then take it up again then.
Okay.
All right. Any other, let's keep moving. We got a lot more to do. Any other council comments, new business?
None for me.
All right. No. I'm going to add mine now. Just normally I wait, but just because. And the one thing that I just wanted to raise to council, and I've already talked to Ms. Lorenz about it, is asking to put on the agenda for one of our meetings next month, a mid-year check-in on the strategic plan. We've been getting weekly updates of little things along the way, but we have not had a full review or conversation at a meeting, and it will have been 6 months into the year. So we're going to get that added to do just a full discussion on where things stand halfway through the year with regards to that strategic plan.
Oh, I got nothing.
Nothing? Okay. Anything? Anything?
I have some stuff. I'll try to be really fast. I wanted to let you know that the dead trees on Highway 58, we've gotten some traction with CDOT. So they're going to do a walkthrough with staff and go from there. So no guarantees, but a little more movement than we've seen. I also just wanted to let everybody know that Wednesday, June 29th, the city's hosting a community-wide meeting on wildfire mitigation. So this is the overview of kind of citywide how we're going to approach talking about wildfire mitigation. And there will be additional meetings after this that will be in neighborhoods based on risk profile of different areas. So this is really just kind of the kickoff of that effort and the community engagement around that effort. But we'll have staff available and talk through kind of the initial kickoff of that. We have Ride the Rockies, which Councilor Cameron's very aware of. But they will be in Golden on Friday, about 10:30 to 4 p.m., kind of coming through the city. So it'll be exciting, and want to encourage people to come cheer for people as they come into Golden. Creek updates, signs are going to be coming in over the next few days. They're going to be installed just as they're coming in. Parking kiosks have been moved. All 3 outfitters have gotten permits, but have not yet opened for the season. We currently have 5 park rangers and 4 code enforcement officers working the creek, which is good. Several started last weekend, so we're really gearing up. We did have 1 rescue last weekend, right before the closure. So we actually closed the creek on Sunday of last week, as I'm sure you are familiar. Fire chief and police chief have been watching the numbers and just monitoring it. I think we're anticipating it might open back up tomorrow, but we're just watching the CFS levels and making sure that the numbers are good to open back up. And sorry, we're not meeting for a little while, that's why I have so much to say. City offices are closed next Monday, the 20th, for Juneteenth, and Monday, July 4th, for the 4th of July. So just wanted to make people aware of those things. I think that's it.
Thank you. Yeah, it is a few weeks until we meet again, but we're not done tonight. All right. We're going to move into the next part of our meeting, which is study session, which will be chaired by Councilor Fisher. I think he's prepared to make a motion for us at this time.
Kathy has helped me be prepared to make a motion for this, so hopefully I don't mess this up. We'll see. Thank you. And if you listen closely, there are a few words that are slightly different. I move to go into executive session following conclusion of the regular business meeting and study session pursuant to CRS section 24-6-402, parent 4, parent F, and Golden Municipal Code section 1.03.050, parent 6, to discuss personnel matters related to the process for interviewing finalists for the position of city manager, and I further move to return to the regular meeting at the conclusion of the executive session for further action if needed. Period.
Second.
We all heard the motion? All right. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? All right. We are going to adjourn into study session. Councilor Fisher, what would you like to do?
Love to be down at the tables.
Okay.
Does that sound okay?
Yep. Can I ask it?
Yeah.
Maybe we can just use the uncomfortable chairs because it takes us like 10 full minutes to roll all these down there and then put them back up. Is that okay?
Good idea.
No, that's fine.
That's fine.
That's great.
motions or just simply continue where we are at?
We are continuing, and council will have to come back and adjourn after our executive session.
Okay. Well, thanks, Mayor. I've never actually gotten to.
Councilor Cameron, can you see now? Sorry, before we start.
I can, and can you adjourn without me, because it's awkward for me to have to quit the executive session and try to get back in this one.
Yep, we've got enough without you.
Thanks.
Okay. Now
Awesome. All right, we have 3 topics. Let's try to see if we can figure out how to keep the folks in the focus at the same time. They're important topics, so I will let Chief get started for us, if that makes sense, or Ms. Lorenz, or are you going to start with it?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to just kick us off with a couple of updates on the fire authority conversation that I know has been kind of an ongoing piece that council's talked about. My intention is not to go fully into that topic, but just to provide kind of some quick updates to keep in mind for the rest of the conversation and for council to consider for further meetings. So as you all know, fire authority conversation's been going on for many years, and in October there was a presentation of the study that council was obviously 200 plus pages long study. But there were some takeaways that council had at that point, which was that it was sort of unclear what the pros and cons for Golden specifically were from the study. The financial breakdown options went from $0 more than we are currently budgeting to $3.5 million more per year. Station 24 was still shown as a volunteer station. There was some consolidation savings that was presented, and some of the questions were, what does Golden get for less control? There were some culture, financial practice concerns from kind of the more in-depth level from the fire department. So obviously it's a big study with lots of details in it, and that doesn't fully capture all the factors in it, but those were some of the big picture ones that stood out after the study was presented. So, you know, one of the big questions was, what does Golden look like on its own? What are the things that we want to do to make sure that Golden Fire is what we want it to be outside of the study? So separately from that, what does it look like in Golden? So we've been focused on that conversation earlier this year when we had the meeting to talk a little bit about what Golden looks like, and then this is kind of part 2 of that conversation, talking about the financial implications and some staffing options for Golden. So that's just some context for where this sits. Fairmount and Pleasant View are ready to move forward, even if it's just the 2 of them as a fire authority, and that's kind of happened since we've last talked. So they're looking at the possibility of combining the 2 of them and looking at what that means. They've been using January as a target. We think that that's a pretty aggressive target, and our position so far has just been that right now we're trying to gather the information we feel like we might need to engage in that conversation more fully, and that feels like an aggressive timeline. So that's sort of where we're at right now. So right now we're looking at meeting with the districts to understand more about the timeline that they're working off of, if that's realistic, the January timeline or not. In general, what their financial model that they're going to use, and then what are the benefits for Golden if there were any steps forward in the authority. So again, that's a really broad simplification of something that's incredibly complicated, as you all know, and there's a million more things to figure out from there. But at this point, these are some of the big picture items that we want to bring to council to help provide some more information on this topic, to decide if council wants to go further into investigating information on this, or if we've heard enough information and we're good for a certain period of time, or what the overall direction is. So the purpose of me just updating council where things are at is if there's any direction or questions that council feels like fits within this kind of big picture make or break kind of category that would be worth figuring out at the next step. So bringing back to council in August to figure out if this is something we want to pursue further or if we're done with this conversation for now. That would be helpful for us to clarify kind of what our position is. But this is sort of the outline of things as it stands now. Kind of going off of that financial model, I again, even though that's just one piece of what an authority looks like, I know that was a big part of the study, and one of the things that was unclear about the study. So I don't know if this is gonna, can you go to the next slide for me? Is she there? No, she left.
You want me to go over there?
Nope, I got it. So this was one of the charts that was in the study, which outlined what the financial commitment would be in these 3 different scenarios of by coverage area, by population, by assessed value. And it kind of broke down different financial contributions in those scenarios. So nothing obviously was decided within the study, but these were presented as some potential models that could be used. In addition, there was a page that broke down what they thought was required to fund the authority. And it looked like from those models that whatever everyone was currently budgeting could, in fact, be enough to start in 2022. So there were some charts that said 0 increase for 2022 for all of the parties involved. And then there was this chart that showed these significant increases to the budgets, in our case, for starting in 2022. So I just wanted to provide just a quick, as I said, snapshot of what that looked like, just comparing it to the conversation we're having with potential staffing scenarios and the financial impacts that Finance Director Hansen will talk through as well. But just looking at with the staffing proposal and what kind of general estimates are of what that could look like in the future and how that compares to some of the outlined scenarios that were within the study. So again, this is really just, and I'm sure a million things have changed since then, right? I'm sure it's all old news at this point. But I really just wanted to help provide some of that recall of some of those numbers that were out, just because I know that the financial contribution is a big part of, you know, what we're looking at if we want to go down that path a little bit further, and how that kind of compares with some of the conversations we're having about staffing. So that was all I kind of wanted to start with, just to provide some of the context as far as what the study kind of outlined and where conversations have been since that time. There any, I know it's hard to like introduce that topic and not want to get real in depth into it, because I know we have a lot of other things to talk about, but like I said, just wanted to kind of give the update since the study and provide some reminders. So any questions from there?
Thanks, Carl. I think it's helpful to note that, you know, part of the initiation was that service level discussion, which is part of what we're continuing tonight as the baseline for trying to spearhead what the different conversations might look like. I think that might help organize it.
Yes.
You had to come in.
Can you refresh my memory quickly? Did the consolidation study address the course tech coverage issue area that was outstanding in future years that would have to be resolved? No, not really. Okay.
No.
Right. Thank you. I'm just trying, of all the things that are up in the air with the fire department, I'm trying to keep track of them all, and so, but thank you. It makes sense. Yeah.
Do you want to let the chief, you have something you want to say now, chief, about what?
No, well, when Carly's done.
Yeah, I'm good if I just, like I said, kind of wanted to just intro with some of the stuff.
One quick question about the WIS staffing proposal for 2022. Is that including the 4 that we already approved?
So the top one that says current was what was budgeted, and then with staffing proposal was just 300 because it was kind of the remainder of the year. But then that top 3, 4, 3, 5 number for 2022, do you see with staffing proposal? That is with like a full year budgeted of the 4 that we increased. So just kind of providing that.
If they went full year. Okay, right. Excellent, thanks. All right, Chief.
Okay, well, good evening. counselors. Just as a reminder, with me is Deputy Chief Beal, Casey Beal, and our admin firefighter and quartermaster Dan Waters, same folks with us the last time we talked in April. And there's a lot of information to keep track of, so we just tried to help. So this is really just a kind of a overview through the memo that you received of kind of three things. In our first discussion, there was talk about some requested more requested information about failure points that we had kind of in general for call response times and people. And so we did that, and that's highlighted in your memo. And the other thing was, I know that a majority of our calls, about 55%, are medical calls, and so actually some benchmark to medical calls was an initial part of the recommendation that we had with 1710. It didn't make it. There was some more diving into what we looked like from the medical calls. It was a little bit harder to mine that data because 1,253 calls versus the 17 that we had. So it now includes a recommendation added to the initial recommendation of, I'll just say the terms very briefly, 15 people to a residential structure fire in 9 minutes, 90% of the time. The addition is to the medical calls that we have, and that is to recommend that we clarify. It's not succinctly spelled out in NFPA 1720 for mostly volunteer departments, as it is in 1710 for fully career departments. But what we wanted to try to do is shoot for our benchmark of providing response with one single apparatus. Now that's whether it's 3 or 4 people, because we want to iterate to that over time. In 6 minutes, 90% of the time, and that's based on some of the parameters of 1710, but it's modified with just a little bit more time. And one of the reasons we did that is because as we were looking through the service contract that we have with Stadium, as it says in there, we have their benchmark is to be 10 minutes 90% of the time. And because fire departments are typically responding to most medical calls. When I say Charlie, Delta, or Echo calls, those are the higher acuity, and I'll just try and explain it very broadly. So a Charlie level call is kind of, well, it's kind of serious. You know, I think I'm having chest pains, and very shortly it could go to a more serious Delta call or an Echo call. And so those are the ones that do need a little bit more. Now that doesn't mean we don't go on other calls. In the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee, one of the questions that was asked that is asked a lot is, why do we go on medical calls, even the smaller, less acuity ones? That is to help carry patients down steep, skinny stairs, move things out of the way, scoop snow to get from the ambulance to the house, and on and on. So anyway, we added that as a target, a recommended target that we want to hold ourselves accountable to. And so that is kind of what we did. And in your packet, you see different figures. And I'll start out, because they're kind of buried in the information here. I'll kind of start out in the failure points where we dialed down further into the fire responses of instead of just the general information. What in your packet might have a C on the bottom of it. It shows the time that we had our first fire apparatus on scene. This is to the fires now. And the response time for that first apparatus with an average of 3 people at 8 minutes, 31 seconds. And the time to 15 personnel, in line with 1720, was 17 minutes and 35 seconds, and that's for us citywide. And they're broken down further by district below, and you can see that in District 1, Station 1, where we have staffing, the first response is down fairly significantly for the first apparatus, not as much for the 15 personnel. And then for the District 2, while we do have more people, it takes a little bit longer to get the first apparatus on scene, and then longer to get 15 people. So really, what that indicates to me is it's and this does include, I believe, our auto aid partners. Correct. And so, but that would be either north, like Fairmount to the north, Pleasant View to the south. This is just means that we have some work to do to meet the target for that. But again, that's smaller percentage of our calls, less than 1% for those residential structure fires. That doesn't mean that we still don't want to meet that benchmark. We need to meet that benchmark. But getting the first people on scene is important just to get the plan of attack set in motion. And so I think what we do in the first few minutes on scene can set the tone for how far down we need to go to get the rest of those folks on scene, the full 15 people. We may not need to get them all on the scene on every single one, but that's what we strive for.
Before you get off that table, I have a question. What's the count? So I know that's the average, but what's the number, District 1 versus District 2, of how many incidences there were?
That is why I asked Dan to come, because I think he's got, remember, these are very low frequency, high
Right.
consequence.
I'm just curious, is it evenly split? I mean, I know there weren't a lot of
So
incidences.
there were 6 in District 1 and 6 in District 2.
Well.
But of those, in District 2, there was only one incident where we got to 15 personnel. So in other words, we took care of it before, and we were able to stand down incoming apparatus. And in District 1, there were 3 that required the full 15. So out of all those calls, there were 4 where we got to 15 personnel to where there was a significant fire.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So while we...
Quick clarifying question, Don?
Yeah, sort of a follow-up to that. It sounds like it's hard to justify, and I know that they're high-impact events, but it's hard to justify the staffing levels to deal with fires, but we're not even meeting our commitment to stadium when the 55% of the calls are related to medical. So can you comment maybe just broadly on whether the same staffing proposal that you're making here would also get us to where we need to be on the medical calls?
Okay, I'm not sure what was there a question in there?
Okay. Would the same staffing proposal you're making around 1720 and 15 minutes, 15 people in 9 minutes, get us to where we're supposed to be on medical calls?
So I think that it gets us closer to the target. What the target again there was 1 apparatus. We don't need as many people on scene of a medical call, and 1 apparatus. It does get us closer to that target. I don't think it gets us completely there 90% of the time. That's shown on B1 as an attachment, and it kind of gives the percentage of the time that we would be for District 1, 83% of the time we would meet that target, in 67% in District 2. Again, that's not necessarily in terms of the number of people, but it's a distribution of apparatus.
And that's
by
current.
This is current.
With the proposed staffing model where we have full staffing at Station 4 and Station 1, we would be able to get much closer to that 6 minutes. Just with only having Station 1 full-time, there's only a certain amount of distance that we can travel safely, and we can't get into District 2 within 6 minutes just physically. No matter how quickly we get out the door, we just can't do it. So when you staff Station 2 full-time, then that doubles the coverage and allows us to get to that 6 minutes into District 2, which significantly improves our numbers.
It simply makes it a shorter travel time, and so the tables below that show slow turnout time waiting for personnel. That's at District 2. That's because it's not staffed. The other is oftentimes, well, you can see in the third one where we respond into District 2 from our only staff station here in District 1, we meet 6 minutes only 10% of the time, and that's really just a function of where the call may fall in District 2. So the attachment that you have known as B2 on the packet, that shows just the area of the city and road in physical roads that we would have a 5-minute travel distance, because we allow for a 1-minute turnout time and then 5 minutes of travel and this takes into account with both District 1 and 2 staffed at Station 21 and 24 respectively. So I think that at the current staffing, we don't meet that, but with District 2, we can certainly get that much higher.
Yep.
I hear the word target, and it's something to strive for. And then we have the question about the consequences of not meeting the target. And I'm not hearing it. I'd like to hear more about why meeting the target is going to save more lives, because targets are just targets. What does it mean to the health and safety of the residents of Golden?
Well, I guess very succinctly, is it just means an emergency is just that. We need to have the right amount of people with the right amount of equipment, the right qualifications in a certain amount of time. In the case of fires, it means that we need to go to make sure nobody's trapped, that they have been able to exit. If not, help them out and take care of their problem. So, and then of course for the medical, the targets are to try and meet those loosely based on the guidelines of the American Heart Association, CPR, and having somebody take action before there's a cardiac problem in that 4 to 6 minute range.
But the question more succinctly is, who has died lately, or who has suffered badly, or what is the real impact of meeting or not meeting the target? So for right now, let's say that target is 6 and we're at 9 or 10. What has been the impact over the last 5 years of the discrepancy between 6 and 10?
Are you talking in just terms of medical calls?
Let's do medical first.
Okay. So I don't think we have that information, but we can get it. I don't know how many have died by not getting people 6 minutes versus 9 or 10.
So I'm still stuck on the target question about what does it mean to the health and safety of Golden. What have been the consequences of 10 versus 6? That's medical. What about fires? Have we had huge property damage based on 6 versus 10 or whatever the target number is? What has been the consequence of not going to this new target? Go ahead.
Paul, that's a great question. What I heard was, we don't have that answer tonight. And rather than, I don't want to just repeat it again, it's an important data point. A lot of tonight's discussion feels like this is additional data to support what we're digging into, what this looks like, trying to butt it up against the standard of, say, NFPA 1720 as a service level. And it certainly has me thinking that
we're looking for more clarification that at some point council has to make a decision and decide whether these targets, like an as-is 1720 implementation is the correct implementation, or whether, as you had already started to do, a modified version of a 1720 is going to be enough to meet the community's needs. And there may be a point when council needs to decide that we have enough information, or maybe we want to go back to the community to vet this, to say, to Paul's question, how safe do we need to be? How safe does the community want us to be? And I think starting from that 1720 really feels like the appropriate one, because I think internationally, that's already been vetted as a standard for us. The more data we can have to try to tease out the magic question of how many more lives will we save, how many more dollars will we save, I think is really important to that conversation. Sorry, go ahead, Paul.
Well, you said it better than I did, but go ahead.
I just want to, on the medical, I think we can give you some data on a national level from a HIPAA violation and looking at what the root causes were and what actually caused the death on individual cases to determine if 6 minutes versus 10 minutes was a determinant, I think is next to impossible. I just don't think we can get that information on individual levels. On a fire, there's same thing. We can provide national data that says how quickly today's homes burn and how every second that you delay hampers the safety of the firefighters going into a potential collapse situation. So I don't know if we'd be able to say that in Golden we could have saved X number of dollars by getting there within 9 minutes versus 10, but we can give you the data that supports why it's safer and why these standards have been set.
Yes.
Well, we're looking for, so we've got some data. We've added personnel 2 years ago, and then this current year, trying to bring the staffing level up so that we'd have at least 2 available, permanent and people available to get the apparatus out the door. And I remember some time ago you telling me you were on the apparatus, but I don't know how long ago.
It was a while back.
Yeah, but that you had, that we didn't have enough personnel available. Yeah. So here we are, now we're adding 7 more. In the cost of 7, and I've talked to the finance today to find out what's, is it, the cost risk of adding 7, what does that do to the city? And, putting a new mill levy tax to raise that, I need to understand better the value that represents to the citizens of Golden in terms of spending that money and getting a ballot issue to raise taxes in order to pay for it.
So, first of all, for the fire piece, we don't have that many structure fires. Many of them we have, those that we do have in residence, are a small portion. I think that what I would remind you is, and I think I've said this before, unfortunately, our world is filled with unknowns. We don't know what the next call is going to be. So it's a matter of readiness, and a matter of risk tolerance is a big portion of it, because we can give the best data we have, but then the next day or the next week, something different is going to happen and said, oh, we didn't anticipate that. It's so much about readiness that unfortunately it's like a big insurance policy.
Okay. And from a safety concern for firefighters, from Academy forward, you always learn this rule of 2 in, 2 out, just for safety. If we had that fire in Fairmount where we had the person in the wheelchair that was trapped screaming. That first apparatus got there, they had to go in. They luckily had enough personnel to go 2 in, 2 out, so they could try to make that safe. If we don't have 4 at each apparatus, at each station, we don't have that safety factor. And we try to supplement that with volunteers. We're just not able to get the volunteer staffing like we used to be able to. So not only is it a safety concern to the residents, but it's a safety concern to the career firefighters.
Any firefighters.
Any firefighters.
To expand further, I think it's really tough to put a direct correlation on money spent versus lives saved. There are a lot of complexities that go into the situation prior to our arrival. So even the cities or organizations that spend a tremendous amount on staffing and budget, there's no set amount of money that's going to guarantee an outcome because there's a lot of those complexities that factor into those particular situations. I think what Chief and Dan were saying gives us the best chance to guard against putting those systems and safety practices in place to give them and ourselves the best chance of safety and survival. But we can mine a lot of data points, and we can talk about trends. We can't talk about absolutes because there are too many variables that factor into pre-arrival conditions of either a structure, an incident, or somebody's health condition. But what we can say is we can look at a trend that if we do put the right people in place within a certain amount of time, the trend is that we'll have less fire damage and far dollar loss and more lives saved, but it's not an absolute. And certainly we had a fatality here within the year within Golden, and there were a lot of contributing factors into predetermining a little bit of that outcome regardless of our response.
Don?
Speaking of risk tolerance, I feel like we've had this conversation enough times that I'm willing to take the risk that you guys are proposing that we hire near-term, some extra permanent people. And given the hiring challenges, my risk is that we go to hire all these people, and with the turnover that we have, it's not like a forever commitment in the near term. Granted, we want to staff up, and as we move along, we're seeing that our volunteers are harder and harder to maintain. So I see this as like a multi-year plan. In the near term, I think that we should hire permanently so that we can staff up Station 24. And then we need to start putting a plan in place to transition to probably a permanent force that will require a mill levy and, start having that conversation with the community about what that looks like. So I'm ready to move forward. I just want to see clarity on what it is we're moving forward toward. But
Gotcha.
It seems to me we're moving toward.
We're going to pause a little bit there, Don, because I feel a little bit cart before the horse on that conversation. I think it sounds like you're ready. I don't know that everyone's ready. I have a couple things, I guess, to try to give us a chance to stay on time. If we just go with Don's proposal, that probably speeds it up. But yes, sir.
I just really quickly wanted to say that our intention with this conversation right now is to provide more information. We really don't need a decision point at this point in time. The idea was really to provide a little bit more from the last time that we talked, and then we're going to come back again in August and provide more information and follow up and talk about these staffing recommendations in the context of the actual budget, and move that through that process. So it's really just kind of recalling the last conversation and moving us a step forward in that process, but not asking for decision points right now.
Thank you. And I think from maybe council's perspective, if this makes sense, to the extent that we are requesting or needing more information or needing to look at other things, I think that might be helpful to be able to share. I think Don highlighted a particular path, whereas I look at this and think we still haven't. This is really just all focused on one pathway and really doesn't talk about merger versus having some other organization come in to take it over, like West Metro or whatever. What are the bigger options and how do they compare? So one of the comparisons I think is really helpful is the service level discussion, because I think nailing that down influences all the other choices. But I think understanding what the comparative options are, I think, is really important. And council, as you have some of those questions, please weigh in. I also wanted to have Jeff try and kind of walk us briefly through some of the economic consequences and questions that you outlined in your memo, just because I think we may have questions about it and just to help us understand that a little better. So if you want to, I would appreciate some sort of explanation on that part of the memo.
I think we need a motion first.
because we're coming up on 10 o'clock.
I'd like to move that we suspend Council Rules 2A6 so we can adjourn. See, Candy, I'm doing better this time. That we can adjourn later than 10:30 p.m.
Second.
Oh, you're chairing it. You can second it.
Second.
Second. Paul seconds. All right. In discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. And I would like Jeff to continue, but thank you for that.
Well, before he does, I have a related question. I mean, and that is, we talk about the consolidation, and there's a cart and a horse question. Is this essential to the consolidation for us to, I see a nodding head, that if we're going to move forward, we need to do this if we're going to entertain a consolidation.
Correct. We would need to provide the same service to the other two districts as they would provide to us.
Okay, well, that's a very important point.
Yeah, so we are not bringing our share to the table in a consolidation, in a consistent staffing model.
Okay, that's a key fact for me. I'm sorry to postpone, Jeff, your erudite comments.
No pressure.
No pressure at all. First, let me say that I am in no way saying that I don't support what they're requesting. It's not my judgment to make, but my role is to tell you whether or not we can afford it. And I do have concerns based on what the fire department is recommending as to our ability to afford it over the long term. Just as you can see, if you looked at the memo, we ended 2021 with a general fund reserve of just shy of 47%. Just by adding the 4 firefighters this year, with the general assumptions, and as I said, there's so many different moving parts in the general fund, it's hard to predict all of them, so I just took a baseline. And with that, we dropped from 47% to 40% by the end of 22. So even that is eventually not going to be sustainable under the current assumptions that I made, and some of those can change. One of my assumptions is that sales tax is not going to continue to be 13 to 14% every month. You know, it may stay that way longer than what I'm conservatively predicting, but it can't stay there indefinitely. So, you know, that's one of those that may draw this out longer, may make it an issue sooner, depending on how quickly things change on the sales tax front. So anyway, the important thing is, it's not necessarily how quickly we get to a reserve that is not sustainable, but the fact that it will happen. And so the other point that my recommendation is, if you are going to move forward with the staffing plan of another 7 in 23 and further in 24 and 25, it's my preference and recommendation on the financial side that you identify how you're going to pay for it before you approve them. Because if you approve them and we haven't identified how to pay for them, it's very hard to lay them off after the fact and reduce service level after the fact. So in a nutshell, that's my concern, and that's my recommendation. Okay. And be happy to talk more specifics at any time on that.
And that's helpful. That's Jeff's cart before the horse, is figuring out whether we hire first or pay for it first. Somebody said it's not permanent, and I'm not sure if the city can give me numbers on any positions we've lost over the last 15 years that I've been here. So I tend to think there's kind of a one-way direction with hiring. Certainly in this case, I think we'd be hiring with the commitment that there's a reason to do so.
And the one thing I will say, and I'm sure these guys can back it up, firefighters is one area where we have not had an issue hiring people, because we have 70 or 80 candidates. Not all of our volunteers want a full-time position, but a huge majority of our volunteers are looking for a paid firefighter position. I don't think you guys have had any trouble getting applicants.
We had them all, the 4 that were in the process now all came, we only advertised internal.
And it was, what was the total count? It was
13.
13, and that was 4 positions, but we do have a staff of roughly 75. So it wasn't an overwhelming majority, but it was internal.
Okay, questions, Laura?
I have a question, just this financial piece is a lot of what we were missing in earlier conversations, so appreciate having it here, and also really appreciate the comparison districts of area fire districts and how much their property owners are assessed just for fire protection. Again, that's information we didn't have. I think it's really helpful, particularly if council is interested in a fire authority, because 2 of the other agencies are on here, and that's the mill levy for those properties. So I think this is adding to the conversation about not just our own staffing levels, but do we consider, still moving forward with the fire authority conversation and bringing to that table the consolidation. I think we're going to come back in August, and I guess I'd be wondering what other information council would like to be able to say, we want to go it alone or we want to go fire authority, to be able to at least choose a direction at that point. For me, this financial information in the slides that Carly showed filled a lot of the gaps that I had. The other piece that I would like to understand, because Bill, you mentioned some other options, is just the makeup of the fire districts. So I know that some of them are also a combination of career and volunteer, but some are just career, and that would not necessarily be a fit we would entertain. I believe the fire authority conversation we had was also career and volunteer going forward. But just that side of things, to understand if there are options in front of us, go it alone, do something else. Does the do something else replicate the career and volunteer, or would we also have to make a decision of just career? So that's the other piece that I think would be helpful for me to know for that conversation.
What is the mill levy now?
Are the cities?
You talk about 4 more or 5 more. Yes.
The city's current mill levy is 12.34.
Thank you.
1, 2, 3.
And it's been that way since I came in '92. Not that it can't stay that way, but it's
Been that way a long time.
So I'd like to just make a couple points, if I could, is when I met with each of you one-on-one, you asked what you wanted to be. And what I recommended is a national standards-based target. And it's the minimum target that anybody in the country should be. So I'll just leave it at that, and then remind you that whatever path we go down with other partners, we do have to step up to the plate.
Yep.
I just had one further question for Jeff. Just a point of clarification, the 47 to 40% on the reserve balance, the general fund balance, is that in consideration, when you talk about sustainability, is that in consideration of the full multi-year staffing proposal in totality, or just the additional 7 on top of the 4? I'm just trying to understand if it's 7 having that big of an impact, or the entirety of that proposal.
So, and I don't know if you've seen this piece, but the 47 to 40 is just the 4 this year that have already been approved. And what I should mention that will also affect this is tonight you approved a 3% increase across the board, and recognizing that with inflation there will be another salary increase. And I did plug, as part of the assumptions, annual increases to our staffing. But depending on what those dollar amounts are, that changes the impact as well. And so going from 40 then to 31.7% in 23 is adding an additional 7 firefighters in 23. And then we could drop down to 22. The assumption is adding 7 more in 24. and then going down to 11.8% is adding an additional 4 in 25. So this was adding the original recommendation of 22 firefighters and shift officers over that 4-year period. And getting us down to 11.8 is at the very bottom of our fund balance policy, but that means that by 2026, we're in the single digits, and by 27, we would be negative, again, under that set of assumptions. That's not the way it would happen in reality, because we are required to balance the budget, and so we could not go negative. We'd have to do something to not go negative reserve. But as I mentioned, once you hire people and that, it's very hard to make those kind of cuts down the road. So trying to be proactive on that and have this conversation on the front end.
Okay, Don, and then Paul.
Yeah, I guess one of the things I'd like to learn later this summer, if we're going to see something new, is what is the, do we need 22 staffing overall over those 4 or 5 years if we did a merger? Is that independent of the merger? And if we did a merger and the numbers were lower, what is that cost trade-off? We saw some of those numbers, but frankly, it's a lot of numbers to try to absorb. So
I guess I'd
like to see.
Sorry, I guess I'd like to try to answer that. The answer is it depends, because what it depends on then is the involvement of another group of people that have a different, perhaps a different level of risk tolerance, desire for staffing, less staffing, more staffing. So I can't speak on behalf of the other 2 potential partners. They would have to answer that. The other thing that I think that is important to know, just like it's hard to recruit and retain employees, it's certainly hard or harder to retain somebody to work for free. And so just understand, I can't answer that because I don't know. I know that one of the partners, Fairmount, they compared to calls versus personnel, they've got a significant more amount of staff than we do for about 1/3 of the calls. And so that tells me that they're focused a little bit more on that than they are maintaining volunteers. And what I will say, this plan of what it could look like through 25 was drawn out and deliberately to be kind of a very relatively slow buildup, with the notion that we wanted to try and get volunteers engaged to maintain engagement in today's expectations. Maybe not as many, as robust as it used to be, and in different ways. So it really was to try and keep those people. And what I will say is this afternoon in the memo, it says that we had our first initial meeting, volunteer collaboration group. Of course, the memo was due before today, and so today was at 4 was our second meeting, and we started setting some expectations and parameters. So we're working towards maintaining the volunteers, but there's going to be, I just don't see, if we're talking in reality, that there's going to be that same maintain of volunteer career balance that we have today or had before.
So I'm trying to do, Jeff, apples and apples. And so I see our mill levy is 12.34, but it does more than just support the fire department.
Correct.
So I look at Arvada and I look at even Pleasant View. What is our mill levy level for the fire department?
Well, see, that's where it's not apples to apples, because fire districts do not have a sales tax. So the mill levy is the primary tax to support their operations. In the city, because of our sales tax, the combination of property tax and general fund sales tax support all of our general fund operations. So if you were to say, out of that if we were to say strictly mill levy to pay for fire department, about 1/3 of that mill levy generates the $3 million, which is our current fire department budget.
So to follow up with that, if it's 1/3, so that means 4 mil supports the fire department, just being generalization, versus Pleasant View at 11, which is 7 mil higher than 4, just a guess, but it's logical at the time. And Fairmont is 13.75, and so that's 7 and 2 is 9. So that anyway, so we're really working on the cheap here with regard to the use of our mill levy compared to otherwise. And so to communicate with the public to say this, if we're going to increase the mill levy, we need to make clear that we are at the lower end. Yes, we have sales tax, I understand that, but to be comparable to the other fire districts, we'd have to, just to do what we're doing now without regard to merger or consolidation. We have a heavily volunteer fire department, more so than some of these other, I would guess, other districts. And if we're going to move towards a more professional, and I'm not saying the volunteers aren't professional, but a more full-time fire department, we have to pay for it. And we want to, and we think that the risk evaluation would favor having more professional firefighters. So I'm looking to get a message that is clear to the public about what we're talking about here in terms of just staying the way we are. Now, I may personally favor a consolidation, but that's irrespective of what we ought to do right now, just from my point of view.
I think, Paul, you outlined that this information is so critical because it starts to help us look at what those alternatives could be. What is a worst-case scenario? What does a merger look versus going alone? What is, and that's the more information we can get there to be able to talk to the community about it, I think is important. Casey, did you have?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment a little bit about the volunteer. I'm really glad to see you were doing that, the volunteer group and working with them, and I really look forward to hearing more about that. If we have to wait till August, that's fine, but if you have other things that you can even just send along, I'd be really interested to hear, because one of the things that I really was eye-opening to me from your last time you were here is showing us how the participation of the volunteers can make such a big difference in being able to muster a proper response in amount of time, and yet at the same time, after talking to some of your volunteers, I understand better now too. There's the more paid firefighters you bring on, there's also a perception that there's fewer opportunities for the volunteers. And so on one hand, I think we're doing all the right things, and I really applaud you for setting the standards that you want to achieve, and that's helped me a lot know that we're heading in the right direction. But boy, I'm really eager to hear what the volunteers group has to say, and I as we think about August and we think about consolidation, I'm really interested in thinking more about like what's happening with those volunteers, what's the benefit from those volunteers. If we can't always count on the volunteers to be meeting that delta to help muster a response, but you're telling me that is a huge part of your ability to recruit, then that's great. I want to know those things in August too about the volunteer program. Those will help me to understand what part they play and what part you think they should still play in ongoing future operations.
So I'm curious, I don't know if you can answer this today, but it'd be great for the next conversation. Do homeowners insurance or business insurances go down if we have a national standard in Golden and we can show that we meet that standard?
No, they don't. Okay. There's the insurance. You've probably heard of ISO before, Insurance Service Organization. Sure. It's a thing. It's a measure of fire departments, staffing, training, apparatus, water supply through the water department, a whole host of things that insurance companies use to underwrite with risk. It's a 1 through a 10, and there's a 8 8A and an 8B or whatever those are. We are a ISO 2. There's a lot of departments that hang their hat on being able to put "we are ISO 1" on their stickers, on their trucks, whatever. It does 0. There's no difference between a band, say from 1 to 4. I don't know the exact bands, but you pay the same.
That's exactly what I was looking for.
Yes.
That's a bummer.
I'm just
it's one of
figure out
those.
how to have this conversation. I feel like that helped, but okay.
Before they actually modernized it a bit, it used to be, I characterize it as burning dollars to save dimes. So just so that you could have the 1 or the whatever on your patch.
I like that fire version of, stepping over dollars. I think, do you feel like you have some direction in terms of what we'd like to be talking about in August?
I think so, but if it would if you could recap, it would be wonderful.
I think we're good.
You think so?
Okay, and I've got some notes that I will pass along as well, and I think this is helpful. Honestly, for me, this allows us to have a more robust conversation with the community already, because I know people will be looking at this. It also, for me, makes it less scary to appreciate that there are paths forward. We just need to be thinking about 4 or 5 years from now. And I think that's kind of the important takeaway here. If we don't, it'll catch up with us really fast. Much faster than I might have assumed from just adding a few people here and there.
With that slow buildup, it's my hope that we could just cut off 24 and 25, that recommendation, with volunteers.
Okay.
Awesome.
But I can't answer that for sure.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Awesome. Thank you so much. That was really helpful.
Thank you.
All right, and next up we have Heart of Gold project. The project. I thought he was just interested in the fire stuff. He's still here.
I never let him go.
No. No. Thanks, Chief. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thanks, Jeff.
So with your permission, we can be quite quick, I think.
Okay.
Staff felt that we knew where we were going in March with the Heart of Gold, and your direction last fall was let's get to a preferred alternative, not just spend the rest of our lives debating alternatives, and then start talking about how are we going to move towards trying to achieve some Heart of Golden goals. And March changed things, or April actually changed things. We found, what I believe we found in the end was that we were being too specific in the central zone for what we knew to be true or likely. And that the way that came out was the April 25th community meeting that was perhaps over-focused on the ball field conversation, but it really brought out that there are a lot of moving parts in the central zone, one of the biggest one being time. That if we are successful with the Heart of Golden plan, it will take a good number of years, and the first phase that has a lot more support for its location specifically, not necessarily for the exact design. I know there's some people that still want to look at which side of 10th Street to put the municipal facility on. But it appeared to Ms. Lawrence and I that we were causing confusion in the central zone by assuming the future of whether spaces were overly programmed or a little bit programmed or unprogrammed, and also the uncertainty about the library, which became more uncertain after the April 26th meeting when Ms. Lawrence met with them, and somewhat to our chagrin, they are not ready to start a planning process already or next year, but they didn't think that they probably would be proposed. It was less, let's say, less likely than we thought it was before that they would propose a new library building, freestanding one, that they might be looking to stay where they are, they might be looking to add on or change it, which could require agreement from us if they need more property. and they might be interested in a mixed-use property or project to the east, but not with City Hall. That we shouldn't have our feelings hurt, but they don't really want to be with us. They would want to be with more community vital type uses. So, wanting to not have a plan that I think was causing more problems by being too specific, the designer team did a few things. They left most of it the same, but from Cheyenne Street to Maple Street, the library was shown in its own location. It could have been shown as it was, or the designers wanted to show it with an addition. The green space from the creek is increased northward towards the library and the parking lot to the west. And the open areas that are now the tennis courts and the ball fields are labeled open space. The ball fields show up underneath them, but there's some walks. And the text that we would be proposing would would try to emphasize a general concept for the whole area and a not prejudging the results of the central zone decisions that would be made in coming years. I really felt having a drawing that we knew was wrong was worse than losing several weeks. So the question to you, there's some other information in the memo about things we want to try to talk about in July 26th and the budget process and what do we do next year. But are you okay with this drawing going into the document so we can get it out to the community so they can review it and they can actually see the whole context instead of just seeing a picture? There's a lot of context in the document about all sorts of conversations we've had over the years. So is this drawing suitably conceptual, preferred alternative enough, or are there any changes you would recommend tonight so that we can get it out to the public as a full document quickly?
Other than Casey mourning the loss of the public library inside the police station concept,
No, I am mourning that. So I was chagrined. If I could, Mr. Chair, yes. I'll just take, while you pointed me out. Yeah, I was bummed out about that, I will admit. And I don't have any feelings here that they don't want to be with us, but I really want them to be down east and they can be with something else. That's cool. But to that regard, if they are intending to expand on their existing spot and they needed land from us, I don't know. I'm not so convinced off the top of my head if they're not willing to move, because I want them to move and I want to get traffic off of 10th. So I guess I would be open to hear their proposal, but I can't say I'm enthused about that idea if they're not willing to join us off the corridor. But other than that, I am totally fine with the map as it is and moving forward. The other thing I'm sad about is I'm ready to pull the plug on the RV park for this season because I look in there and I want to be walking in there with our people and not constrained to a tiny little path. But hey, I know that's just me, but I am comfortable moving forward with that map.
Okay, although I think Joe had mentioned that they could probably still widen that part of the path just to make it a little bit more appropriate without making major changes. So that hopefully that's still on the radar of staff. Laura and then Don.
Yeah, no, I'm great with the map going forward, and I know we're going to talk more about it, but I echo the thoughts about it'd be great to have the library. So as we're looking at our municipal uses and a parking garage, making sure that we're thinking about that potential opportunity for other uses of parking there besides just the municipal use, because I think that those partnership opportunities, a shared garage or shared parking would be great. And while it's not on, it's related to this topic and the next one, I'd be very interested in the budget conversation, not just for the municipal, I know you mentioned that, but the amphitheater piece of it, if that is a possibility for a near term, because I think that solves several needs in the community of taking events and stage from Parfit Park and starting to activate and use that space where we have parking for events over there. So related to this topic and the budget.
Realizing the general nature of it, we do have an estimate and annual inflation, which is the big gamble, for the entire area east of Ford. So you'll be able to look at those things. lots of good conversations to have, but as we said, we wanted to get the document out.
Gotcha. I appreciate that. All right, Don.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could actually, like you've done for the park where the ball fields are, not list a large amphitheater. I had thought that the need for that sort of subsided with the Miners Alley moving to Myers. And I just, given over-subscription on Parfait Park, I'd rather see an unprogrammed space that's more flexible than locking it in as an amphitheater. So I'm okay with it in general, but I think that locks us into something that I'm not sure we want to be locked into instead of something that's more flexible.
Okay, Paul and then JJ.
So I agree that I'd like to know a little bit more about the library. They say, well, we want to stay where we are. We want to get a little bigger on the same footprint. Sorry about you needing that space for open space, but hey, we're the library. But we might go with you maybe down east, but not in your same building, but maybe we might. Is the library committed to a library in Golden? That's my...
I didn't participate in the conversation. I thought it was a lot more positive than what you just said.
Well, I'm just looking at the memo. The memo seemed to be...
Yes, so the library definitely, wants to be where it is at the very least. But I think that as far as moving east, I think they are open to the idea. They just want it to make a lot of sense. They see themselves as wanting to be on the way to errands. Somewhere that people can drop by on their way to other things. They aren't convinced that the city hall attracts people, and so they want to be where people are. So I think that when working through what this could look like, I think we can make it cool, and that they could want to be there with special events, with other mixed uses. Go ahead.
And if I can, if you think about the comments that council has made about activating the north side of 10th Street, that if we look at that as a zone, I'd probably rather be with cooler uses also. And that there's so much opportunity, and you may not want to move too quickly on those while we're still thinking about parking, but I'm more and more intrigued with the triangle piece, that there's a lot of opportunity there to do very cool buildings and very cool mixtures of uses for little people, senior people, people living, people shopping, people doing things, and continuous learning. So I think we're more optimistic than the way you portrayed it, sir.
Okay, I want to just continue a little bit. I look at what the School of Mines has done with regard to a couple of their newer buildings where they have office space and big deal, and it's also parking. And I've seen two different buildings we've seen in the last couple of years. So when I look at the city hall and the police, and right next to it says parking, I'm wondering if that second building is adaptable to a School of Mines type concept of combining a library with parking and making it pretty cool. And so people are thinking about the triangle, yes, and okay, fine, I don't know what it's going to eventually be, but I wouldn't want to overlook the opportunity of making them nearby but not in City Hall.
Definitely. The debate becomes, how much do you, trying to be not offensive, how much do you do at the napkin level, or is that the next step, that we don't worry about those details
I like the drawing.
now?
I like the drawing the way it is.
But
yes.
that's the excitement of, we have a concept, we have decisions that are further away, and we have decisions that maybe are starting in 2023 to really look at phase one. So that would be fantastic. Having a standalone parking structure is a pretty non-creative idea.
Yes, that's why I was trying to make it. Okay, I'm happy with the drawing.
All right, JJ.
I mean, to that very specific point of should we include the drawing or not, I'm still a little confused about the parking spaces, and that was the main feedback that I got was, why are we adding so much parking into this area? So I know that we put in some more open space, and that's great, but I'm also like, I don't feel like I could explain what is current versus what is an additional parking based on this map. And B, I just know I'm going to hear again, like, this is way too much parking in the area.
Could we potentially count the number of parking spaces currently and outline what the proposed amount of parking spaces would look like, just to give a reference point? Because I don't think we add parking. I think we rearrange it, but I think we actually have more parking sitting there that's covered by other stuff. But again, that perception could be wrong too. Right. Maybe we tripled it unknowingly, and I don't know, but I've had some of that same feedback as well.
Just on that point, I mean, it seems to me that it makes sense to have the lot for the library shown on that picture, but the stuff that's to the east of the library that looks like a pull-in, that seems like a prime place you could vacate up a bit and just get rid of that. Nobody would be like, wait a minute, where's that really important strange plaza pull-in parking? I think it'd be fine. And do you know what I mean?
But is this comment mostly about from Washington to Maple Street, to the kayak lot?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is.
I am a proponent of less parking in that area.
So at least knowing whether it's showing more, the same, or less.
Yeah, at least know.
And I think we heard 3 comments at least that like less, even less than what we see right here would be good, because we're going to get a lot of feedback that we're still over.
Well,
no? Okay.
no, it'd be nice to get the numbers of what
I still want to see
Bill
less
said,
gray.
Bill
I think that would be helpful just to get a baseline, and then people will still say, I think you're probably right. Just my quick comments are that I think the map suddenly, I think you've now outlined it, creates the openness for people to have ideas and get excited about it, which is what I think people are so focused on predetermined conclusions, they weren't able to get past that. And now we can look at, like Paul was mentioning parking. I'm looking at that same thing, thinking, why would you put parking on the far side? Why don't you put it between things? I thought, wait. The whole point is it's getting us excited. I think if we've now introduced this to the library, if we create an exciting opportunity, they'll want to be a part of the opportunity. They just don't see it yet. When they see it, they'll want to be a part of it. I'm fairly comfortable with that. They don't want to be the outlier on their own. They want to be part of where all the action is. And so I think that makes a ton of sense. So this map, I think, really starts to allow people to back away from these. Somebody else is kind of moving my cheese and focus more on the slightly more specific east side. And then to your question about money, like adding the money component in is going to do the same thing as tonight's fire discussion did. All of a sudden, there's a completely new dimension of how we're trying to balance it. Because the answer is, I want the best in the world. Oh, wait, how much? Right, like, so that I think is going to be the next discussion that kind of gets this here. Any other questions or must-haves? Don?
Just real quick, I was glad to see that there are pickleball courts penciled in, and there are not tennis courts. And so are those multi-use courts, or are we going to have the tennis contingent come out and say, you got rid of my tennis courts?
I'm assuming every square is a new court, so there's going to be plenty. And that's the point, is like, that's the detail where I think I'm not worried about counting how many numbers of every single thing in here.
Okay, I get it, but I'm just wondering, is it
But you want a number.
labeled? No,
Call it
just
courts
wondering, is it
instead of
properly-
pickleball.
Yes.
Is it only pickleball?
Just call it courts. We don't know, so maybe we just call it courts.
Multi-use courts.
I like that.
I'm just saying, is that way people can, not freak out. Because otherwise, other than up on Southbridge Park, I don't know where we have other publicly available tennis courts. Okay, thank you. That was my comment.
Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we've been doing great at blowing the budget so far. Let's see if we can keep within at least our time budget as we discuss the initial discussion of the 23-24 biennial budget.
Yes, thank you. And this can really be whatever you guys want it to be as far as tonight's initial conversation. I wanted to provide some information of what staff has heard about on the horizon as far as different things that are budget priorities, different ideas that we've heard. At this point in the budget planning process, this is the very beginning. So we haven't put numbers to things. We haven't developed our proposals for the budget. So this is really a great time to bring up some of those ideas that you might have that you want us to investigate further, get more information on, be more prepared for at later stages of the budget. So we wanted to include just enough information to get your ideas kind of jogging a little bit, to think through what we know is sort of out there and being discussed, and what other things you might have on your mind that you would like some more information as we move forward in this process, knowing that we're going to be here talking to you about the budget, probably 6 or 7 more times before we're to the actual budget. So just wanted to kick it off and provided some general kind of buckets for concepts. So any additional thoughts or thoughts on things that are listed there that you would like staff to collect additional information on would be great to know.
Casey and then
overall, I thought it looked good, and I just had some couple questions, but nothing stuck out as like, what are we doing, or what is this? One thing that I wanted to just follow up on a little was we have Transportation Master Plan implementation.
Could you move the microphone closer? I can not hear you.
Yeah, Carly stole my microphone. Sorry about that. No. It's the Transportation Master Plan implementation. So we have that under there, which I'm glad to see, because there's a huge number of projects on there. But it's also a little bit unclear on which project. And some of the things have their own line, like the Bike and Master Plan, and a little bit of our shuttle, I think, relates to that. Yep. But if you haven't anything in mind, can I throw in a potential plug for one of our Transportation Master Plan items is TMD. Right. And especially after the Coors Tech discussion, and I especially really like hearing Commissioner Franginello's comment about that we really ought to be thinking about TMD district-wide. Mm-hmm. It really makes me wonder if that would be a good bang for the buck project to think about to check off next under Transportation Master Plan, because it might theoretically help. It might overlap with the shuttle idea. It might help with bigger picture parking stuff. There's a number of, it just makes me wonder if that's a really good one to think about potentially. So, anyway.
Great, thank you.
Yep. I just had two that having some more detail, and I'm sure we'll have it. And one is the idea, and I think it's probably captured under wildfire mitigation, but the idea of just surging some dollars in the next year or two to deal with tree brush removal from city open space, drainage, all our gulches and areas that go through neighborhoods. I'm not entirely sure who's responsible for taking care of the dead things in there, but it's a real concern. And I know that the city, does a lot each year, but we could do more, I'm sure, with more dollars. So taking a look at how if we bumped that program up, if we could take care of the needs in a more timely fashion. And then the second one is to look at, and it's already been mentioned, the shuttle service, but the opportunity to partner with School of Mines on a shuttle. I think that would be a great opportunity, particularly as their busy time of year for the shuttle is not necessarily our busy time of the year. Mm-hmm. So an investment in drivers and shuttles, I think there could be a really good synergy and partnership there that would allow for free shuttle service that would cover a greater area of the city.
And also Jeffco Open Space and Coors and RTD.
Right. Well, I'm starting small.
Well, because part of what makes the shuttle so compelling is everyone wants a shuttle and nobody can afford it or get all of the drivers. So it's like, why aren't we all teaming up on these shuttles? Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I was compelled by your previous laundry list of people who might actually take advantage of a shuttle, and it actually feels like maybe we're getting that density of use where it would make sense. Other comments? if there's no other comments right now, I think the one thing I was kind of thinking about was that simply this is also discussing capital projects, which we tend to think about in more of a 5-year phase. And so I'd love to maybe add that component in a longer phase. It's impressive just to see how much we're planning on doing in the next year, I think. But just maybe adding that is just kind of going out a little bit further. And now that I've heard about this TMD thing for whatever district, I think this is great. Now that we just bought one or gave somebody one or whatever the case is. But the district-wide approach really fits into the Heart of Golden as well. It fits into just about everything we're trying. I believe I saw a shuttle route actually penciled in on the creek route this time, which I'm glad to see. I know we keep saying parking will come when it comes, and I'm like, no, I think we need to figure out transportation and parking now, and then sort of build around those concepts. I think if you actually build in the shuttle will stop here, then someone can say, oh, let's get rid of the parking lot because we don't need it because we have a shuttle stop. As opposed to let's build the parking lot and then go, oh my gosh, all this traffic came, we should do a shuttle. So I think that might be kind of the flip side, but just helpful to realize how many different things are on here. And are you guys coordinating this with the discussion of the funds, generated funds from marijuana? Like, how is that, what's that coordination between these projects? Are they embedded in here? Is it a subset of these? Or are those totally different recommendations that we're going to discuss? All three?
To be decided, yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right, so we'll learn more next month.
Yep.
Okay. All right, Don?
First, I have a question. I'm not sure of the difference between transit van or traffic van and photo radar. I don't know what this traffic van pilot project means.
I think it's the same thing.
Okay, it's listed twice.
Right.
All right. Then I'm having a JJ moment. Sorry.
Thanks,
I never remember the other
That's
photo.
nice.
I'm sorry. I am exhausted. Sorry. You can move on.
All right. And this is more general. This is just helpful just to realize the range of things for me, and I'll actually kind of, this will help get the juices flowing. I think we can also separately provide comments as well.
Oh, I do remember now. I can continue. Kenny Run expansion. Are we talking about south of 14th to 16th? And it really only affects a few properties, and I hate to say we want to trade off, risk versus expense, but if we're talking about millions of dollars to essentially protect a little corner of properties, I'm wondering about that trade-off. Is that the area we're talking about?
So the concept has been to extend from north of 14th, where the Molson Coors project has a rundown into the channel, to either just south of 15th or to 16th. But the benefit is not for that area. The benefit is for all of the west side of Ford Street from south of 14th Street to the creek. The Coors channel doesn't do any benefit on the west side of Ford Street. And it may or may not be a good project, cost-benefit wise, and also there's some property acquisition right at the triangle. But the proposal is to investigate.
All right. So the proposal is to investigate the benefits, not to actually start putting designs together.
Well, no. From the staff point of view, we think the plan is you have to do the preliminary design to evaluate the alternatives and the benefits, and you have to know what the cost is in order to do a cost-benefit analysis. So we know what the design would be. It would be a channel, an open channel to either 15th Street or 16th Street. It's starting to be clear that it may make no sense for the city or for the property owner from 15th to 16th to go past 15th. So we're trying to already have those trade-off discussions, but we would have to do some technical analysis and preliminary design to get to the decision point.
Okay. All right.
Quick question. There was a couple of elements to the priority discussion: organizational sustainability, which we didn't necessarily focus too much on, and the strategic goal and project implementation. Are we comfortable that that feels like kind of the right mix and approach? Did you have questions about, or any comments about the organizational sustainability side? My quick question is, that to me sounds a lot like core competency of what we need to make sure we're not failing on the basics of providing services. And sustainability is, I think, just a nice longer view of it. Kind of gives us a reason to really be thinking about that, but I didn't have any other specific comments about that side of it. Okay. All right, I think we'll wrap that up unless there's any other comments. And at this point, and thank you, I think that's a great starter. That's going to give me a lot of reading to find all those out. Now, we are going somewhere, and we're going into continuing the meeting into
the executive
the
session.
executive
as
session.
Moved, and yeah, because there was a request to maybe have further action. We'll
As
come back out.
Okay, so
And if necessary, adjourn the meeting at that. Or
Okay.
when appropriate, adjourn the meeting.
So we're not adjourning the meeting.
We are not adjourned. We're going to
Just
executive session. We will come back to adjourn.
Yeah.
But you also have to be here.
If you're going to do something, do you think you'll do it up there?
Yeah, we haven't. We got it.
So I'll put the microphone so
Oh, yeah,
so it's easier.
yeah.
On the camera.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's why.
been on the whole time.
I think so, too.
And you're on.
I move we adjourn.
I second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We stand adjourned. Thank you.
Turn all these off.